Chapter 573. Inside a small valley. Fang Ping's face was pale, but his eyes were bright. At this moment, a hole had appeared in Fang Ping's chest. It was wriggling to repair the injury. Beside him, Li Hansong and the others were also pale. Wang Jinyang looked at the hole in his chest and said with an ugly expression, "Don't go there any more!" The rank 9 inner armor was pierced. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, a flying dagger condensed by a mentality-vitality powerhouse broke a small hole in the rank 9 inner armor, but in reality it did not penetrate the inner armor. Unexpectedly, just now, when Fang Ping went to do the self-destruct bomb thing again, he was blocked. A few mentality-vitality powerhouses joined forces to unleash a big move, condensing a king's shadow. With one blow, it pierced through Fang Ping's rank 9 inner armor. If not for the inner armor blocking for a moment, he would have exploded directly. Fang Ping swallowed the life essence and laughed. "It's okay, I won't die." Did you guys notice that when they joined forces to unleash this move, their flesh shriveled instantly and their combat strength disappeared immediately? I think they can't use this kind of trump card infinitely. It's not energy that's being consumed. It's more like bloodline power. I'd like to see how many more times the rest of them can unleash it. Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang said sternly, "Your inner armor has been pierced. If they do it again, if your skull is smashed, you'll die for sure." "I know. I'll try my best to avoid the skull," Fang Ping said, chuckling. Actually, this is a good opportunity. On their side, there are heavy casualties. Many of them are injured. There are only a few mentality-vitality left. Although his inner armor was blasted by someone just now, Fang Ping was not someone who would suffer losses. Before he left, he once again self-destructed his mentality. The others could still avoid it and block it. Those fellows who joined forces to unleash the ultimate move almost did not have any ability to block it, exploding instantly. Such a big move. Even if the remaining people could use it, Fang Ping felt that they would not dare to use it. What happened before? Those who used their life-saving ultimate moves did not save their lives. Instead, they were killed by Fang Ping. Would the people from the monster plant's royal court dare to exhaust their flesh and continue to unleash? Fang Ping, Li Hansong, and the rest did not know what to say. This fellow was really too awesome. So awesome that he, a rank 6, was wearing a rank 9 inner armor. Logically speaking, it would not be a problem for others to wear it up to rank 8. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had only been a few days and his inner armor had been pierced. If MCMAU's grandmasters found out about this, they would probably be stunned. In order to save Fang Ping's life, MCMAU tried their best to give Fang Ping all the good stuff, including this inner armor. It was also the best one. Li Changsheng and the others felt that even if Fang Ping encountered a rank 8 martial artist, he might not be able to penetrate the inner armor. But now, not long after Fang Ping put it on, it was pierced by someone. As Fang Ping said that, he rubbed his forehead and said, "I've self-destructed too many times. I can't do it a few more times. I need to slow down. Old Yao, have you seen how many of them are left?" Yao Qingjuan's face was deathly pale. He had overexerted his mental energy. Upon hearing Fang Ping's question, Yao Qingjun said, "It should be 45. Otherwise, it would be 46. There are still 5 at the blood and essence unity realm." "More than that," Fang Ping muttered, "there should be more. I remember that there are still a few that I haven't seen. They should be hiding and preparing to break through. But if I calculate it, there shouldn't be more than 10 at the blood and essence unity realm." Having said that, Fang Ping chuckled. "It hasn't even been a day. Let's waste time and kill them one by one. Rank 7 breakthrough. Even if it's at the boundary, can it be done in less than 2 or 3 days? 2 or 3 days is enough for me to kill these guys. When the time comes, even if a rank 7 comes, it won't be a problem." Wang Jinyang reminded, "That Feng Yesheng and the other guy are very strong. They haven't used any ultimate moves yet. Fong Ping, don't be careless. Fong Ping nodded. Then his eyebrows twitched. He said, let's go. Look for Fatty. Look for him? Yes. That guy has a killer weapon on him. Last time, he said that he would have no problem handing over a few blood and essence unity to him. Now there aren't many left. Old Yao, you guys are in charge of getting rid of the others. Let Fatty get rid of those blood and essence unity. I'll fight Feng Miesheng and that Prince Locust. We'll get our revenge overnight. These guys actually dared to hunt me down. I took some divine weapons. They should be thanking me for not killing them. Everyone did not care about Fong Ping's overbearing and shameless words. The monster plant's royal court and them were mortal enemies. It was only right for them to be overbearing to their enemies. More than half an hour later, in a tree hole, Jiang Chao's expression changed. When he heard familiar voices coming from outside the tree hole, only then did he poke his head out carefully. He breathed a sigh of relief. You're all fine. It's good that you're all fine. As Jiang Chao said that, he glanced at the few of them. Seeing that they seemed to be in a bad state, he could not help but ask, Are you injured? But it's good that you're not dead. No one's hunting you down now, right? Fong Ping did not speak. He looked left and right before smiling. Fatty, you've been hiding here for the whole day? This guy did not seem to have moved much. Jiang Chao grinned. There are monsters nearby. It's one of their lair. I used the feces of peerless monsters to scare them away. Then I snuck over. Then I removed the scent and left a little bit. These monsters came back, but they didn't dare to come here. It's very safe here. Needless to say, this fatty had a way to protect himself. The periphery was full of monsters. If he hid here, most people would not be able to rush in. Even if they knew that there were people hiding here, they would still have to think of a way to kill those crazy monsters on the periphery. These crazy monsters even dared to attack rank 9. However, the peerless aura still scared them away. But to other people it was not so easy. When Fong Ping heard his explanation, he could not help but laugh. You're quite capable. But when the terrain changed, didn't these monsters leave? They're already used to it. No matter how the terrain changes, they're too lazy to move. Having said that, Jiang Chao asked, Are you guys? Did you snatch a divine weapon? Ah, amazing. Jiang Chao was sincere in his support. They were amazing. There were so many people, but they could still snatch a divine weapon and retreat in one piece. He had to admit that they were amazing. As Jiang Chao said that, he observed for a while. Seeing that Wang Jingyang had changed his saber, he could not help but ask. Fong Ping laughed. Do I need to waste so much time here just for a divine weapon? As he said that, Fong Ping looked at him and smiled. You know that I have a storage ring, right? Jiang Chao's expression changed. He laughed dryly. Don't deny it. Don't think too much about it. The storage ring is a test product of the government. Minister Zhang gave it to me. It's not a secret. Jiang Chao really did not know about this. In reality, not many people knew about it. Zhang Tao had told Li Chongqing about this before. But a lie was a lie after all. Fong Ping did not want to make it too public. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not reveal it. The government has created a storage ring? Jiang Chao came to his senses at this time and asked hurriedly. Fong Ping nodded. Yes, but it's not very stable. Mine is also a rare premium product. It's the only stable one. Then how many divine weapons did you snatch this time? Fong Ping grinned. Do you want to guess? Seeing Fong Ping smile and the other's satisfaction, Jiang Chao asked carefully, 5. Hee. Could it be 10? Hee. Fong Ping had just finished mocking him when Li Hansong said scornfully, Look at how petty you are. 10. We've already snatched 32. There are still many that we haven't had time to pick up. This time Jiang Chao was really shocked. These guys were not kidding, were they? When I said 10, I was exaggerating. You're telling me that you've snatched more than 30? If the divine weapons were snatched, then what about the people? Before this, Jiang Chao thought that they had escaped after being hunted for a day. Now, it looked like it was not the case. Thinking of this, Jiang Chao asked hurriedly, "What about the people from the monster plant's king court?" "This is why I came to you. We've been hunting them for a day, but they kept using big moves. It's very troublesome. Don't you have a big killer weapon? Use this. This time we'll destroy them." "Destroy, destroy." Jiang Chao's mouth opened wide. He asked in a daze, "How many people do they have?" "More than 40. Currently, there are only 5 who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. I'll go and stall the 2 strongest ones. I'll leave the remaining 3 to you. Fatty, can you handle them?" "More than 40." Jiang Chao suddenly slapped himself in the face. Her, you guys must be fooling me. You must be being hunted and have no choice but to use me as a scapegoat. How was that possible? There were dozens of them who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Now you're telling me that there are only 5 left? Moreover, Fong Ping said they were hunting the other party not being hunted. Jiang Chao was still in shock. Fong Ping frowned slightly. "Why, you can't handle 3 of them?" Although there were not many people from the monster plant's king court, old Yao's mentality had been greatly depleted. Fatty was useless. Fong Ping was fighting 1 against 5, and there were 2 stronger ones. He might not win. He could continue to wear them down, but now the people from the monster plant's king court were really on the run. Fong Ping was worried that if this went on, the other party would escape their pursuit. No, Jiang Chao swallowed. "That, Fong Ping, did you guys really kill more than half of them?" "Duh." Fong Ping said unhappily, "Are you doubting me? Fatty, do you think the divine weapons I snatched were for nothing?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of divine weapons appeared around Fong Ping. Seeing these divine weapons piled up densely together, Jiang Chao fainted. He believed it too. How many people did they have to kill to snatch so many divine weapons? Killing God. For people, chasing after the people from the monster plant's king court. Now, they were simply going to destroy them. These fellows were the living definition of bandits. Killing people and seizing their treasures. This was vividly reflected by these fellows. Jiang Chao took a deep breath and said immediately, 3 of them have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Unless they are together, I have no way of killing them together. Can you guys bring them together? Of course, it's not just mentality-vitality fusion. It doesn't matter if there are more of them, but they can't be more than 10 meters apart. If they're separated, I can only kill one of them. Fong Ping asked, "Earlier, someone used a king's shadow to pierce through my chest. Even my rank 9 inner armor was broken. Is this an ultimate move?" Hearing that, Jiang Chao said immediately no. This is a move left behind by a rank 9 powerhouse. That shadow is just a remnant of the rank 9 powerhouse's Tao of origin. If I'm not mistaken, it will dissipate not long after it appeared. At most, it can only attack once, right? Fong Ping looked at him for a while again. This fatty was quite knowledgeable. He nodded and said, What about you?" "Me." Jiang Chao smiled smugly. "I'm different from them. Actually, ultimate powerhouses won't give people a life-saving move so easily. They're mainly worried about the leakage of origin. But then again, there might be people in the monster plant's king court who have ultimate life-saving moves too. You better be careful. However, as long as you're not in a life-threatening situation, you can't use it under normal circumstances." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chao said immediately, "Ultimate life-saving moves are usually passive. In other words, if you don't kill them, they won't be triggered. It's the same for me. So, if I really want to use it, I'll have to hurt myself. I'll have to kill myself. I'm guessing that Feng Yeshing is probably the only one who has it. You better not kill him. If you kill him once the counterattack is triggered, even a rank 7 might be killed. Jiang Chao continued, but if it really comes to that, the few of you cough. If there's someone who doesn't want to live, you can exhaust his plaything first. You can exchange your life for his. Then you can kill him. Fang Ping shot him a look. Jiang Chao's expression stiffened. He laughed dryly. I can't. I'm not his match, Fang Ping sneered. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your brain. If it really comes to a point where we can kill him, there are many ways. Why do we have to do it ourselves? We can just throw him into a monster nest. No matter how many moves we have, they'll be exhausted. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you about this. Since you're fine with it, then we'll create an opportunity for you. You kill those 3 mentality-vitality fusion. I'll protect your life after this. Jiang Chao said softly, You really want to go? Fang Ping, you guys have already snatched so many divine weapons. Why don't you forget it? Fang Ping stared at him. After a while he said, So you're not willing? Forget it then. Let's go. No, that's not what I mean. Jiang Chao hurriedly said, a little distressed. I'm worried that we've killed too many of them here. If one of them runs away and escapes and tells the powerhouses guarding outside, then we'll be in trouble. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping frowned slightly. This was really hard to say. Absolute Peak doesn't care? Of course, Jiang Chao said helplessly. But we'll be killed the moment we get out. Even if Absolute Peak kills them, we'll still be dead, right? That makes sense. Fang Ping nodded. Very quickly, he said, but at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. If it really doesn't work, when it's time to go out, I'll go out first. The other party might want to kill us all in one go. When that time comes, if they don't kill me, I'll go to Mount Royal Sea to ask for reinforcements. Beside him, Wang Jinyang said slowly, It's better if I go out first. If someone really goes out to spread the news, you'll definitely be on their kill list. I won't attract too much attention. We'll see. It's still early. Fang Ping laughed. Who knows, if we kill all these guys, no one will go out to spread the news. Seeing Fang Ping's determination, Jiang Chao could only say, All right then. But after I unleash my power, I won't be able to retaliate. You guys must protect me no matter what. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Definitely. Fang Ping agreed readily. He laughed. Let's go and kill them. These guys were laughing so savagely just now. I've been wanting to kill them for a long time. After we kill them all, we'll bring you to fish for other good stuff. At this moment, they were still at the outermost area of the battlefield. There were very few places with real treasures here. The deeper they went, the more there would be. Fang Ping and the others did not have the mood to look for more in the outermost area. They did not say anything else. They smeared some Absolute Peak's feces on their bodies, scaring off the monsters. Then, they chased after Feng Yexing and the others. In the wilderness, inside a dilapidated building that only had some foundations left, Feng Yexing did not say a word. There was fatigue in his eyes. His anger, fury, and murderous intent from before had dissipated quite a bit. That lunatic had been chasing after them for a whole day. On this day, that fellow had self-destructed the immortal god more than 10 times. Feng Yexing was really tired. He was also really helpless. How could this happen? Every time, that fellow would leave behind a small city materialized and self-destruct. Then he would escape quickly. A few people were killed in one explosion. Until now, even if the others were not dead, many of their mentality had been shattered. Holding a small, luxurious wine pot in his hand, Feng Yexing took a sip. His slightly tired aura dissipated. He looked around vigilantly. He also used his mentality to probe the ground. Feng Yexing only heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that there were no more movements. A few times earlier, that fellow had been hiding under the ground in the direction they were heading, then suddenly unleashed his power. He had killed them all by surprise. After a few times, Feng Yexing's experience increased by leaps and bounds. He could not wait to dig 3 feet into the ground before moving. After confirming that the fellow was not chasing after them, Feng Yeshing said in a gloomy tone, "That fellow must die. If someone like him doesn't die, he will be a great threat to the majestic court." Huai Muqing nodded solemnly and said with a grave expression, "He's only at the warlord level. Once he breaks through to the commander level and can still do this, he will indeed be a great threat to us. But now we can't kill him. He has escaped our pursuit time and time again. His injuries have healed in an instant because he has the spring of life with him. The immortal god also recovers extremely quickly. Unless we kill him in one blow, there's nothing we can do about him." Feng Mieshing glanced at him and said after a while, "Lord Huai Muqing didn't leave anything for you?" Huai Muqing's expression changed. Feng Mieshing said in a low voice, "Huai Muqing, there's no need to hide anything from us at this point. That fellow will come again. If we don't kill him, we'll all die sooner or later. Only by killing him will we have a chance to leave this place alive." When Huai Muqing did not speak, Feng Mieshing said, "I have to maintain some deterrence. Otherwise, that which won't let us go. I'm the one she wants to kill, not you. As long as I'm alive, she won't dare to do anything to you. Moreover, Bai Qing and the others will break through very soon. As long as we meet up with them, I'll get someone to protect you even if you don't have any life-saving treasures." When Huai Muqing still did not speak, Feng Mieshing said with an unfriendly expression, "Otherwise, if this drags on, Bai Qing and the others won't be able to break through and meet up with us. We'll all be killed by him. Huai Muqing, if I die, even if you leave this place alive, Lord Huai Muqing will not protect you." Huai Muqing's eyes flashed with anger when he heard this. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll attack him if he shows up again. But if I can't kill him, I don't believe that he won't die." Feng Mieshing gritted his teeth. He had come with great ambitions and had wanted to go all out this time. This time, more than 100 people from the majestic court had come. He had subdued some of them, and he was prepared to use this opportunity to subdue the others. More than 100 commander-level powerhouses were considered a considerable force, even in the restricted area. Moreover, these people all had powerful backgrounds. If he could subdue them, he would truly have the capital to compete for the position of the majestic court lord. Many of the people who had led teams into the majestic court battlefield in the previous few batches had now become candidates for the position of majestic court lord. As long as they could reach the divine general level soon, they would be qualified to become the majestic court lord. Even if the position of majestic court lord was governed by the True King Hall, it was still nothing. The true kings of the True King Hall usually did not care too much about other people's business. The majestic court lord was the pinnacle for them. If he did not become a true king, the mountains and rivers that spanned hundreds of millions of miles would be under his control. Everyone below the true king level would be under his command. Moreover, once he became the majestic court lord, he could take the most common path in the restricted area. He might even be able to quickly enter the true king realm. The current majestic court lord's source had been destroyed by the Netherworld king many years ago, so he would not be able to live for long. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was only wishful thinking. This time he had defeated a few others and obtained the position of commander-in-chief. However, who would have known that as soon as he entered, Feng Mieshing would encounter the biggest setback in his life? So many people had died. Forget about the heir to the throne. The true kings of the True King Hall would probably want to skin him alive. He did not know if the royal ancestor would be furious this time. If the royal ancestor did not protect him, he would really be in trouble. Glancing at Huai Muqing from the corner of his eye, Feng Mieshing let out a cold humph in his heart. This fellow probably had some ulterior motives when he entered this time. However, at this point, any ulterior motives were useless. If this went on, even if the two of them did not die, everyone else would die. If that happened, both of them would not be able to explain themselves. Huai Muqing did not speak anymore, sinking into silence. He was also thinking about a very important question, just as Feng Nieshang and the others were thinking about life. Outside the wilderness, Fang Ping glanced at the dilapidated building from afar, rubbing his chin. There were people living here in the past. Jiang Chao nodded. There were buildings and catacombs, humans living here. I asked my grandfather before. He said that in the inner area, there are palace-like buildings. This might be where the second king's royal court was. My grandfather said that he had been to the inner area before. Zhang Peng didn't tell us because we wouldn't go. Actually, there are many good things in the inner area. In the rank 9 area, there are even complete palace-like buildings. If you're lucky, it's even possible to pick up a paragon's corpse. Of course, it's very dangerous. If a paragon is dead after a long time, their Tao of origin will become one with the Tao of origin here. If a corpse comes back to life, you'll be finished. Of course, a paragon's corpse is very rare. I heard my grandfather say that a paragon's corpse rushed out of the palace. That time, almost all the rank 9 martial artists in the rank 9 area were slaughtered. Only a few survived. After that, some people speculated that the complete palace might be the second king's resting place. As for the paragon who came back to life, he might be the second king's guardian. A corpse can still come back to life after death? Then, how do we know that the other party is dead? Of course we know. He's definitely dead because, if he's alive, he'll be impacted by the chaos Tao of origin. Besides, the other party doesn't look like he's conscious. He probably only retained his physical strength. Otherwise, under the envelopment of mentality, no one can survive. How can anyone come out? Having said that, Jiang Chao continued. Actually, someone in Star Town has experienced this before. It happened not many years ago, maybe 80 or 90 years ago. Back then, a group of people died in Star Town. Otherwise, there would be more rank 9s in Star Town now. All these years, many people in Star Town have died here too. Back then, someone made it back alive. He's the Jiang family's current family head. Now, he's also a strong rank 9. He said this himself. It can't be fake. Fang Ping nodded, slightly smiling. Don't tell me the catacombs' second king is really sleeping here? That I don't know. Having said that, Jiang Chao added, oh right, there are some buildings here that might have been sealed after the human powerhouses died. Only us humans can enter. Encountering a building like this is a great opportunity. The powerhouses who died here were all very strong. Under normal circumstances, even the weakest ones had the strength of a rank 8 golden body. The strong ones might even be a paragon. Of course, no one has encountered them before. However, even if they encountered a rank 8 golden body, there are still benefits. Weapons, cultivation methods, these are very common. Some people will leave them behind. Even if they don't have these, there will still be some other things left behind. Grandpa said that in the later stages of the Great Battle here, it was probably the aftermath of powerhouses fighting each other that killed the others. Actually, many people did not die from fighting each other. They were hiding from the aftermath. In the end, they still died here. However, during this period of time, most people knew that they were going to die. It's very common for them to leave behind the most precious things in their lives. Fang Ping nodded, smiling. I know this. Isn't the token that Instructor Zhang mentioned found in those places? But previously, I thought that I wouldn't encounter it in the periphery. I didn't expect there to be buildings in the periphery too. Although the buildings in the distance were very dilapidated, this was the first time Fang Ping had seen traces of human survival since he came here. This place might have been complete decades or centuries ago. Later on, someone took away the opportunity and destroyed it. He did not look at it anymore. After all, it had been explored for countless years. It was a fact that there were fewer and fewer good things. After staring at that place for a while, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "These fellows found such an open place. It's not easy to deal with them, The other party was now in the center of the wasteland. It was indeed not easy to get close. Once they were discovered, the other party would be prepared. Then, they would have time to prepare their trump card. Just as Fong Ping was feeling troubled about how to get close, Fong Ping suddenly sighed. Even the heavens want them to die. We can only follow their destiny. Beside him, the others looked dazed too. Fong Ping had just finished lamenting when the environment changed. Fong, Extermination, and the others who were in the center of the wasteland earlier were now in a forest. Tall trees blocked Fong Ping and the others' vision. However, everyone could still feel the other party's aura. Jiang Chao glanced at Fong Ping. Mother asterisk her, your mouth is too sharp, isn't it? Fong Ping had no time to waste. Here, he had already activated the aura shield. There were 5 people. He had to shield 4 of them. That would consume 100 million wealth points every minute. If he dragged it on for an hour, that would be 6 billion. He could not afford to waste it. Imperial flight, ambush them. Fong Ping did not waste any time. He quickly led the others into the forest. In the forest, Fong Extermination and the others were also very helpless. They were already preparing to retreat. They could not stay here anymore. That fellow loved ambushing people in this kind of dilapidated place. They had been tricked in this place many times, and many of them had died. In this place, it was easy for Fong Ping to escape. Chapter 574. Just as Fong Ping and the others were about to sneak in and kill the people from the monster plant's royal court. Hundreds of miles away, Du Hong led everyone forward and said with a grave expression, "Where are the people from the monster plant royal court?" Yes, where is he? They had agreed to hunt them down the moment they entered. In the end, after running for an entire day, he did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Su Zissou whispered, "Are they lost?" As soon as he said those words, the crowd fell silent. Stop joking. After all, they were a group of level 6 experts. With so many of them moving, they would inevitably leave some traces. Of course, due to the changes in the terrain, there wouldn't be many traces left behind, and it would be very difficult to find them. However, there were still remnants of his aura. They were different from Fong Ping and the others. Those fellows spent most of their time in a state of sealing off their auras. If the monster plant's royal court really wanted to kill them, logically speaking, it would be normal to encounter some people, let alone all of them. But now that a day had passed, they really didn't even see the shadow of a ghost, except for some demonic beasts. Off to the side, Zhang Nanqi said, "I wonder how Fong Ping and the others are doing. That bastard Jiang Chao is so stupid to insist on following Fong Ping and the others. If he dies here, how will he tell Grandpa Jiang when he gets back?" Speaking of this, Du Hong and the others were also helpless. Those guys, are they still alive? Right when Du Hong was thinking about all of this, the nearby Butoi said, "General Du, since no one from the Demon Plant Royal Court is chasing us, then we have to leave as well." They had been running for a day. The main reason they gathered together before was because they were afraid that they would be killed by the monster plant's royal court. Now that the other party didn't chase after them, it was possible that they had given up on killing them. Since that was the case, they would have to find their own opportunities. They could only stay here for a month at most. If they stayed here for too long, it would be easy for problems to arise. Now that they had been delayed for a day, they had to leave. Du Hong nodded and did not say anything else. With so many people gathered together, there was no such thing as a fortuitous encounter. Not to mention that they didn't encounter them. Even if they did, it would be easy for the distribution to be uneven. In next to no time, Butoi and the others left. After they left, Su Zissou suddenly said, "Do you guys think it's Fong Ping who's keeping them busy?" Li Yiming was speechless. "Where's your brain? Do you really think that guy is a god? Blind. There were only a few of them. How many people did the other party have? Furthermore, he had entangled the other party. It was hard to say whether those fellows were still alive or dead. I told you not to take risks, but you insisted. I used to think that I was reckless enough, but now I know. I am nothing. Those fellows are reckless. Take it easy. It's fine if they die, but if they're not dead, don't provoke them in Stellar Sky City. Savage. The 4 of them dared to block the door and wanted to kill more than 100 experts. If they died, they would be asking for it. But if they didn't die, Li Yiming felt that he should be more careful the next time he met them. It was fine if his ancestors were still alive, but if they were gone one day, he would definitely take revenge on them. Li Yiming used to think that he was a reckless man, but now he didn't think so at all. There were people who were more reckless than him. Su Zissa nodded hurriedly and said, "Maybe they really did hold us back." Grandpa said, "Fang Ping and the others are a little strange. They let me use money to buy my life when I'm in danger. I just didn't expect that they wouldn't be with us as soon as we entered." Everyone was slightly surprised by his words. Su Haoran actually said that to his granddaughter? Using money to buy one's life. It was not easy for a rank 9 to say that. Beside them, Du Hong suddenly said, "Before we left, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li met with me. He said that if there were any difficulties during critical moments, we could look for Fang Ping for help." He also said, "What did he say?" Li Yiming asked curiously. Du Hong was a little strange. He said slowly, coaxing him a little, "General Fang, how should I put it? Don't use military orders or laws to talk. When you look for his help, that act more pitiful." Cough, cough, cough. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Acting pitiful? All right, it might not be unreasonable. That fellow was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. The harder you were, the harder he was. Acting pitiful might be useful. As Du Hong said that, he shook his head. "Forget it. We don't know where they are now. We didn't encounter any danger either. Let's continue." It seemed like Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li's ultimate move of acting pitiful did not need to be used. Deputy Commander-in-Chief probably did not expect these fellows to go crazy the moment they entered. As for Fang Ping and the others, Du Hong felt that even if they did not die, they would be in an extremely pitiful state now. Perhaps they were being hunted by many powerhouses. Perhaps someone had already died. Perhaps they were completely wiped out. Du Hong sighed in his heart. What a pity. If Fang Ping and the others had really followed him, they would be much safer now. Nothing would happen to them. Right now, their lives would probably be extremely pitiful. Ah, a shrill scream was heard. In the forest, Fang Ping's screams were heard again and again. Opposite him, Feng Nieshing and Huai's expressions were extremely ugly. "Mother ***, I was ambushed by you. Why are you screaming?" As they were thinking, Fang Ping looked furious and annoyed. He bellowed furiously, "How dare you drink my life essence? I'm going to kill you." Bastard! Feng Nieshing was furious. That was his. After being ambushed by Fang Ping earlier, he was slightly injured and drank a little bit of the fountain of life. In the end, this fellow was actually shameless to this extent. Did he do this? Kill. Feng Nieshing and Huai Muqing were furious. They had enough of such shamelessness. Previously, this fellow always ran after ambushing. This time he did not run. If that was the case, then they would kill him. They were furious. Fang Ping was also furious to the extreme. Life essence. Their small flagon was filled with life essence. There was probably a lot of it, but now these people actually drank it in front of him. They deserved to be killed. They must be killed. As soon as the 3 of them came into contact, Feng Nieshing and Huai Muqing were dragged into the materialization by Fang Ping. As soon as they entered the hut, Feng Nieshing suddenly looked at Huai Muqing. This fellow was asking for it. Kill him. How stupid was it to use the materialization's core to fight? Huai Muqing did not move. He said quickly, "Try to kill him directly first." At this moment, Fang Ping did not leave. He had the attitude of fighting to the end. Moreover, he was still in the core of his materialization. He did not need to use his trump card. Feng Nieshing thought about it and agreed. He and Huai Muqing were both top-notch rank 6 powerhouses. If the two of them joined forces, they could even fight an early-stage rank 7. They might be able to kill the other party. This time, the two of them did not waste time talking. One of them held a halberd, the other a long sword. Both were fine rank 8 divine weapons. They unleashed a powerful force and charged toward Fang Ping. In the hut, Fang Ping and the 3 shadows joined forces to besiege the two of them. The sounds of banging could be heard incessantly. However, Fang Ping soon had a headache. These two fellows were indeed the direct descendants of a paragon. They were wearing accessories that could seal off mentality. In his hut, including the shadows of Round Face and his parents, they were all mentality materializations. Their main attack was mentality as well. Not only were the two of them wearing these things, but the quality was probably the best too. Their bodies glowed continuously. The 3 shadows' attacks had a limited effect on them. Among the two of them, Feng Nieshing was mainly attacking Fang Ping, while Huai Muqing was mainly destroying the hut. Looking at Huai Muqing's ecstatic look, yelling at Feng Nieshing to hold Fang Ping back, Fang Ping was speechless. Destroy it all you want. If your F** king destruction speed is faster than my recovery speed, I'll consider you guys awesome. I've killed so many of you, and you still don't understand? So what if I'm the materialization core? Isn't it just consuming a little more mentality? Do you think I lack this bit of mentality? If you're so capable, smash the hut into pieces with one blow. Then I'll consider you the best. It'd be best if there's nothing left. Otherwise, even if there's only a little bit of wall dust left, I can still recover. I won't die. Of course, this was a good thing. These two idiots kept destroying the hut, so Fang Ping did not have to fight 1 against 2. Fang Ping and Feng Nieshing fought with all their might. It had to be said that this monster plant's royal court's commander-in-chief still had some skills. In the hut, Fang Ping's mentality suppressed him, but the other became braver the more he fought. Although he did not have any golden bones or anything, he was still evenly matched with Fang Ping. This was somewhat praising Fang Ping. The effect of Fang Ping's mentality suppression was weakened, but when the other fought, he relied almost entirely on his stronger physique, exchanging blows with the other. As they fought, Fang Ping still had the leisure to talk nonsense. He did not care about the damage to his physique, saying as he hacked, "How many of you have broken through?" Feng Nieshing said nothing, continuing to attack Fang Ping in a frenzy. "Did anyone go out? Why did you destroy the corpses? It's inhumane. I don't even know how many people died. Otherwise, I could calculate if there's anyone left alive." At this moment, more than half of the hut had been demolished. Beside him, Huai Muqing sneered. He was still so arrogant, even on the verge of death. Did this fellow from the land of rebirth really think that he was immortal? "Your Highness, why don't you give me the remaining divine weapons and other things, and I won't kill you? How about that?" "Right. I heard that there's a true king hall in the royal court. All the true kings in the royal court are registered in the true king hall. How many true kings do you have here?" This time, Feng Nieshing replied, sneering, "In the true king hall, there are more than 100 Lord True Kings." "Get lost." Fang Ping hacked off a few of his fingers while spitting out a few pieces of his internal organs, laughing. "Seriously, how many do you have? I'll talk about our side first. We have 88 paragons here. How many do you have? I'll tell you when I'm dead." Feng Nieshing roared, striking with his halberd, causing Fang Ping's golden bones to crackle continuously. Fang Ping's saber slashed out countless shadows, slashing at the other party's chest until it rumbled. The other party also had an advanced internal armor. Fang Ping could not break it, but he had slashed Feng Nieshing until he spat blood. On the other side, the excitement in Huai Muqing's eyes intensified. Only a few walls were left of the small house that he had destroyed. Seeing his excited look, Fang Ping said helplessly, Brother, is it fun to demolish a house? If it's fun, continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the dilapidated small house was restored to its original state in an instant. Huai Muqing was stunned at first. Then he flew into a rage. This time, Huai Muqing did not demolish the house. In a towering rage, he charged toward Fang Ping swiftly. Both of them were rank 6 powerhouses. When they attacked Fang Ping together, Fang Ping could only retreat in defeat. The damage caused by mentality had been weakened, and Fang Ping's combat strength had also been reduced. It was difficult for him to take down both of them in a short time. Similarly, even though both of them were forcing Fang Ping to retreat, they still had to divide their attention to defend against the damage caused by mentality. Although the mentality prohibition accessory could defend against mentality attacks, they still needed to expend energy to maintain it. Otherwise, their defense would be broken very quickly. The 3 of them were fighting fiercely in the house. Feng Niexing and Jiang Chao could not see what was happening outside. However, both of them knew that Fang Ping's companions were definitely holding them back. Otherwise, those people would have come to help. They could not see it, but naturally, Fang Ping could. Right now, those people were actually in his small town. While he was fighting with both of them in the house, outside, Fang Ping was also expending his mentality, continuously isolating the small town area and trying to create opportunities for others. However, those buildings were more illusory after all. People were constantly breaking through them and gathering together. Moreover, some people knew that this was Fang Ping's materialized object. Some martial artists were using their ultimate moves to destroy the small town wantonly. Fang Ping's face was turning paler and paler. These people destroying the small town would also hurt his mentality. Seeing that Jiang Chao and the 3 mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses were almost gathered together, Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. He blocked the long halberd's attack with his saber and said again, "Princes, why don't we coexist peacefully? If we continue killing like this, it won't be worth it if others take advantage of us." I can sense it. The people from the Monster Life Royal Court seem to be following us. Die. Feng Niexing was furious. You've killed so many of our people, and now you want to coexist peacefully? The people from the Monster Life Royal Court were weaker than them previously. If this guy had not killed them so miserably, why would they be afraid of that witch? The enraged Feng Niexing's strength increased by another 30%, forcing Fang Ping to retreat continuously. Beside him, Huai Muqing's sword was also cunning, his sword not leaving Fang Ping's vital points. Fang Ping had vital points, and there were many of them. Although his skull had turned into a golden bone, even so his eyes, his mouth, these were all vital parts. If a sword pierced through Fang Ping's eyes and crushed his brain, Fang Ping would also die. There were also parts like his heart. Golden bones were difficult to crush, but if his heart was completely crushed, Fang Ping would not have a chance to recover. Both of them were not newbies fighting for the first time. After a few exchanges, they had already figured out Fang Ping's vital points. Feng Niexing fought Fang Ping head-on. Huai Muqing kept looking for opportunities, and every time he went straight for the vital points. Fang Ping was getting a headache from this guy's attacks. He used his forehead to block a few swords, and every time his forehead would be stabbed with a loud bang. If this went on, Fang Ping felt like he was going to be beaten silly like Iron Head. Even though he was beaten to a bloody pulp, Fang Ping still could not stay idle. Prince Huai, that's the name, right? Are you related to that King Huai? As soon as he said that, Huai Muqing continued to attack while sneering. I didn't expect the royal ancestors' fame to have spread in the land of rebirth. Fang Ping sneered. Yes, it has spread. I've also just heard that King Huai was previously disciplined by Warlord like a dog, and he fled in a panic. Oh right, you guys know our language. Do you know what a dog is? Damn it. How dare you insult the royal ancestor? Chapter 5, 75. After all, even in the restricted area, these people would not casually insult the humans' paragons because it was really dangerous. If the humans' paragons were enraged and suddenly went berserk, no one would say anything if they killed them. Of course, this possibility was almost non-existent. The humans' paragons were not that free. These people would not recklessly attack the restricted area. However, it was common sense in the catacombs to maintain the necessary respect for true king powerhouses. Feng Nieshing's expression was also ugly. He said, coldly, "Resurrected martial artist, leave your name. You have the right to let me remember you. In the future, all resurrected martial artists who are related to you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Ping's nose twitched. A black object smashed onto Feng Nieshing's head. Feng Ping grinned. "Booger. I have it. I haven't given birth in a long time. Do you want more?" "Bastard." Feng Nieshing was going crazy. He roared, "Huai Muqing. Kill him." The martial artists of the land of rebirth were too shameless. They did not have the demeanor of a martial arts powerhouse. Although he had not fought with the resurrected martial artists before, there were people from the royal court and his family. Even though his father's generation and his ancestors fought with the resurrected martial artists endlessly, and their hatred was as deep as the sea, they had once told him that the resurrected martial artists were hot-blooded and had strong martial willpower. However, this bastard had completely overturned his impression of the resurrected martial artists. He insulted the true king. While he was still fighting, he threw Booger at him. Feng Nieshing felt like he was going crazy. He was mad. Was this guy really a martial artist from the land of rebirth? As soon as Feng Nieshing finished speaking, Huai Muqing's expression changed slightly. Then he hesitated no more. This guy was too hard to kill. He was really too hard to kill. Both of them joined forces to attack him. Other than causing some flesh wounds, his internal injuries were not serious. If this went on, they did not know how long it would take to kill him. Feng Nieshing unleashed his power once again. He used all his strength to entangle Feng Ping. He roared, "Before you die, I'll give you a chance. Leave your name." Feng Ping glanced at Huai Muqing, who was spurting blood at the long sword. His gaze was solemn, but he smiled. "Jiang Chao, the descendant of Warlord. If you have the guts, go and kill my ancestor." Descendant of the Battle King, Feng Nieshing's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're Jiang Hao's younger brother, his only younger brother. You deserve to die even more." Even Huai Muqing, who was currently coughing up blood, roared furiously, "I'll kill you. All descendants of the Battle King should be killed." Feng Ping was speechless when he saw how furious the two of them were. Damn, this identity doesn't seem too good. These two fellows were about to go berserk. What was Jiang Hao, the pervert that Jiang Chao had mentioned? There was no need for Feng Ping to guess. Huai Muqing's eyes were blood-red as he roared furiously, "Jiang Hao tortured and killed my father. A debt of blood must be paid in blood." Feng Nieshing said coldly, "Jiang Hao's younger brother, I didn't expect you to have the guts to enter the arena. Even if we don't kill you today, you will die without a doubt." Jiang Hao had tortured and killed too many martial artists in the rank 7 area. That was a freak. In front of so many restricted area powerhouses, he even caught a royal court rank 7 at the entrance in the area where there was no exit and tortured and killed a true king's descendant, a woman, in front of dozens of rank 19. That day, it almost caused a riot among the rank 9s. If not for the human powerhouses constantly berating them with the Summit Accord, a war would have broken out long ago. Even so, Jiang Hao was also a rare public enemy in recent years, the public enemy of the 4 royal courts. That fellow did not just torture and kill people from the Monster Plant's royal court, but also other royal courts. Of course, Feng Ping naturally did not know about these. He felt a little depressed. F***CK, these two fellows had gone berserk. That Jiang Chao fellow, damn, he had taken the blame for him. This time he was depressed. However, they were already mortal enemies. Fong Ping did not care too much about this. He was just a little curious. How many outrageous things had Jiang Chao's brother done? He was even more hated than himself. At this time, Huai Muqing, who was beside him, had already vomited 3 liters of blood. His long sword was suffused with a glaring, blood-red color. Fong Ping's heart palpitated. He roared, "Kill me! I have the Battle King's secret technique to protect me. Let's die together." As soon as he said that, Huai Muqing's movements froze. Feng Niesheng said furiously, "Kill him. I'll block it for you." Huai Muqing held the blood-red longsword in his hand. His face was deathly pale, his qi weak. He said in a low voice, "Let's do it together." Fong Ping's heart palpitated. Damn, they had really forced him to use his trump card. Fine, I'd better run away first. You force my hand. Let's perish together then. Fong Ping roared. His face turned pale instantly. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, staining the Changdao red. Then, Fong Ping leaped into the air, ran out of the room, sealed the hut, and shouted, "Retreat!" After throwing these words, Fong Ping broke into a run. Inside the hut, Feng Niesheng was stunned at first. Then he roared furiously, "Bastard, kill him!" He was cursing Huai Muqing. "Why don't you do it?" He was frightened by the other party again. Huai Muqing's pale face turned red instantly. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Die. In his rage, Huai Muqing no longer cared whether the fellow had a trump card to counterattack or not. The blood-red longsword in his hand slashed downwards. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the distance, Fong Ping, who was running away, was bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices. When the sword landed, his hut exploded instantly, turning into nothingness. The small town was also destroyed in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Fong Ping's gaze went blank for a moment, then returned to normal. A piece of floorboard appeared out of thin air in front of him. Luckily, I dismantled a piece before I left. Fong Ping's face was drained of all color. It was too scary. 1 slash destroyed a rank 7 materialization directly, leaving nothing behind. This meant that killing a rank 7 martial artist was just a matter of 1 slash. The other party destroyed his hut, probably wanting to destroy his mentality in one go. If a rank 7 came here, he would be crippled even if he did not die. These fellows were strong with a powerful ancestor. A rank 6 martial artist who could kill a rank 7 with 1 slash was even more ridiculous than him. Fong Ping watched as these 2 fellows destroyed the small town. Old Wang and the rest still had not retreated. On the other side, Jiang Chao was still circling around with the 3 mentality-vitality fusion. Fong Ping was about to break down. These fellows were too slow. If he ran away, they might not be able to run away. At the thought of this, Fong Ping, who was initially walking in the air, suddenly lost all signs of life. Then he fell from the sky, directly. On the ground, some trees were smashed into pieces. Not far away, Huai Muqing's face was pale, but he was overjoyed when he saw this. Feng Niesheng was also beaming with joy. This D*Ned fellow was finally dead. Mentality was destroyed. Even if he was a rank 9, he still had to die. Huai Muqing was still a little relieved. It was good that this fellow ran away. Otherwise, if he killed his physical body directly, the other party's Battle King's ultimate skill might be unleashed. If Feng Niesheng did not block it for him, he would definitely die. Now that he ran away and destroyed his immortal god, the other party could not escape death. The result would be the same. Both of them could not care less about the others, quickly chasing after the place where Fong Ping fell. That fellow was really about to become their nightmare. As for Wang Jinyang and the rest, in their opinion, being entangled and without the help of Jiang Hao's younger brother, they would definitely die. They did not need to worry too much. Both of them quickly flew toward the place where Fong Ping fell. On the other side, Jiang Chao also saw Fong Ping falling, slightly frightened. Fong Ping was dead? The small city was destroyed in an instant earlier, disappearing without a trace. He also knew what happened. Fong Ping was killed just like that? If he unleashed his ultimate skill now, he would be finished. Just as Jiang Chao was considering whether to escape immediately, Li Hansong and the rest did not care about Fong Ping at all, roaring, "Fatty, hurry!" Jiang Chao's heart skipped a beat. These fellows did not seem to be sad. At this moment, Jiang Chao was struggling in his heart. Should he use his ultimate skill or not? The goal this time was to kill the 3 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. Now, the 3 of them were less than 50 meters away from him, and they were all together. This was also caused by Fong Ping's mentality guidance earlier. If he unleashed it now, killing the 3 of them would not be a problem. However, if he unleashed it and Fong Ping died, he would not be able to escape. As for Wang Jinyang and the rest, it would be good enough if they could protect themselves. However, if he did not unleash it and Fong Ping did not die, he would have ruined his entire plan, and he would have offended him badly. A look of struggle flashed across his face. Jiang Chao gritted his teeth. F***CK, he would take the risk. That fellow was as cunning as a ghost. How could he die so easily? If Fong Ping did not die and he ran away, he would be in deep trouble in the future. Fong Ping, I'm betting my life. I'm such a coward. I'm betting my life here today. If you really become a paragon. Countless thoughts surfaced in Jiang Chao's mind. Even at the last moment, he was still struggling. Betting my life. I'm most afraid of betting my life. What was wrong with him this time? He actually came to bet his life with these lunatics. His worldview was overturned. I won't be with them next time. Even if I have to invest, I want to stay safely at the back. Ancestor, please protect me. I can't die. This time, I'm risking my life for this. It's considered a friendship of life and death. If a few of these fellows really become paragons, then even if I'm not strong enough in the future, I'll still have a few paragons to protect me. I'll take the risk. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Chao's mind, but he did not waste any time. A piercing scream rang out. Jiang Chao stabbed his own heart, his feet flying toward the 3 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. The moment the saber pierced his heart, an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Fong Ping, I'm going all out. Jiang Chao roared. He was really going all out. If you die, I'm done for this time. Boom! A ray of light as dazzling as the sun rose. The light swept past. The 3 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists in front of him turned pale. They did not even have time to escape. The light swept past them, and they were turned into pieces. Jiang Chao's face was deathly pale. His entire body's vitality was depleted. He turned his head with difficulty to look in the direction where Fong Ping had fallen. If he really died, he would be done for. The moment he turned his head, Huai Muqing and Feng Mia seemed to be attracted by the commotion here. It was at this moment that a saber gleam, filled with endless celestiality, rose from the ground. Go to hell! Feng Miesheng leaped into the air, breaking into a run. As for the so-called blocking the saber for someone else earlier, that was a joke. Feng Miesheng's speed was faster than the saber gleam. Huai Muqing, who had just expended a lot of vitality, was a beat slower. The saber gleam flashed and disappeared. His entire person was cut in half instantly. Ancestor Wang. Huai Muqing only left this sentence behind. He still had too many plans that he had yet to carry out. Too many missions that he had yet to complete. Before this, he had even considered ambushing Feng Miesheng, letting him unleash a death blow and perish together with the enemy. However, because he had the upper hand all along, he had given up on this plan. Who would have thought that the enemy whom he had killed in one blow would actually resurrect? Idiot! Fong Ping did not chase after Feng Miesheng. He cursed. You believed me when I pretended to be dead. How stupid are you? How many times have I used this trick of pretending to be dead? Before I had the ability to conceal my aura, he had done it countless times. Why don't these catacombs martial artists learn their lesson? That's true. You don't know anyway, Fong Ping muttered. Fong Ping mumbled. His opponent's previous attack was really powerful. Even now, his mentality had not recovered yet. Even if he kept replenishing it, the system's replenishment seemed to be slow this time. It had somewhat damaged his foundation. The remaining small piece of floorboard was also somewhat messy and broken. Fong Ping's head was still hurting. He did not loot the corpse. Fong Ping might as well be straightforward. He kept the other party's corpse and everything else. At the same time, he could also confirm whether he was dead or not. It would not be too late to loot it later. The moment Fong Ping killed Huai Muqing, Feng Miesheng fled. Not far away, Jiang Chao was so happy that he was about to explode. I won the bet. In the next moment, Jiang Chao roared, "Brothers of one mind, our sharpness can cut through metal. We are brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. From now on, I'll rely on you guys to protect me." Fong Ping ignored him. He quickly rushed to Wang Jinyang and the rest's battle circle. As his mentality was shattered, Fong Ping could not use it for the time being. However, even if he did not use his mentality, coupled with the outburst of celestiality, his strength was not weaker than anyone. Yao Qingjun and the rest were also fighting with all their might. The Monster Plant's royal court-martial artists had witnessed a series of unforeseen events with their own eyes. First, the 3 quasi-commanders were killed. Then Prince Huai was killed. Prince Feng had fled. At this moment, they had long lost the will to fight. Some of them had already fled in all directions before Fong Ping had arrived. Fong Ping could not stop them now. Killing one was one. Those who did not have divine weapons ran away. Those who had divine weapons, Fong Ping kept a close eye on them. Looking at these people running away, Fong Ping roared, "Leave the divine weapons behind. Otherwise, I'll hunt you down to the end. I won't stop until you die." As soon as he said that, there were indeed 2 martial artists who had already run far away. They threw down the divine weapons in their hands and fled at high speed. Fong Ping pursed his lips. "I'm just scaring you guys. I don't have the time to hunt you down all over the world." After fighting with all their might for a while, as some people fled, the remaining people self-destructed in despair. Some were killed on the spot. As for Fong Ping and the rest, their faces were drained of color. They collapsed to the ground. Everyone was covered in blood, their injuries severe. Fong Ping panted heavily, grinning. "That Feng Miesheng is really a good guy. If he doesn't run, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble." That fellow was also frightened by Fong Ping and fled immediately. Otherwise, Fong Ping, who could not use his mentality temporarily, Jiang Chao, who had lost his combat strength, Yao Qingjun, whose mentality was depleted with this group of defeated soldiers. Feng Miesheng might be able to single-handedly wipe them out. The few of them looked at each other, then burst into maniacal laughter. Sure enough, when encountering an enemy, one had to compete in terms of ruthlessness. If one looked more ruthless than the other party would naturally be afraid. After laughing for a while, Fong Ping said immediately, "Clean up the battlefield and loot. Retreat immediately. The people from the Monster Life Royal Court are not far from here. Hurry!" The few of them were also veterans. They dared not delay and quickly began to clean up the battlefield. Fong Ping did not care about anything. He kept all the corpses into his storage space. It would not be too late to deal with them later. Beside him, Jiang Chao's face was blank. On one hand, he was shocked by the speed at which these fellows collected the corpses. On the other hand, he was shocked by the size of Fong Ping's storage ring. Don't be ridiculous. How could a storage ring researched by the government be this big? They had collected dozens of corpses. It was enough to fill up a whole house. As for Fong Ping and the rest, they quickly packed up everything. They grabbed Jiang Chao, who was still in a daze, concealed their auras, and fled quickly. Now that everyone was heavily injured and had no combat strength left, there was no way they could argue if they were taken advantage of. As they fled, Fong Ping laughed maniacally. He only smiled, but he did not make a sound. Too happy, too excited. He was rich. The place where the king battled was practically his blessed land. He had made up his mind. This time he would not leave. He would not leave until he had stayed for a full month. If he left such a treasured place just like that, he would be really stupid. Not only was Fong Ping laughing maniacally, the rest of them were also grinning widely. Old Wang and Old Yao, the two fellows who had always been calm, were also wild with joy at this moment. Chapter 576. Not long after Fong Ping and the rest left, a group of people flew toward them using flight step. The woman riding the tiger surveyed the area where everyone fought. Her gray pupils contracted slightly. Very quickly, she said coldly, "Search. See if there's anyone alive." The crowd dispersed quickly. The woman landed on the ground with a few powerhouses to observe the results. After a while, the woman's expression changed. "Huai Muqing is dead." "What?" Someone exclaimed in shock. "Huai Muqing is dead. What about Feng Yesheng? He shouldn't be dead. There are no signs of his outburst here." The woman looked around and murmured, "There aren't too many opponents. 4 to 5 people. It should be 5. One of them activated the protective secret art left behind by the true king. He should be the true king's descendant from the land of rebirth. One of them uses his fists and has the strength of a peak warrior to a quasi-commander. His defense is extremely strong. One of them uses a saber and has a strong explosive force. He also has the strength of a quasi-commander. There's another one. I think he's a commander level. No, a pure, immortal god." The woman shook her head. She could not tell for a moment. A luxuriously dressed young man beside her asked softly, "What about the other one?" "There's another one." The woman raised her eyebrows, her gaze solemn. "A powerhouse who might have wiped out the entire kingdom's martial artists. Huai Muqing must have activated the true king's secret art, but he's still dead. This person left almost no traces. The only thing left is a saber mark." As she spoke, the woman waved her hand. A boulder fell in front of her. The boulder had been completely cut in half. The woman touched it and said softly, "It's not a commander level. It's more like a quasi-commander's divine power outburst. A same-rank martial artist killed Huai Muqing. I don't know if Feng Yesheng is still alive." At this point, the woman's expression turned solemn. She shouted, "Be careful! A powerful enemy has appeared in the land of rebirth. A powerful enemy more dangerous than a rank 7. Even a rank 7 martial artist could not easily wipe out a kingdom's team. The probability of being killed was even higher. Dozens of quasi-commanders and dozens of peak warriors. A team like this was enough to kill a few early-stage commander-level powerhouses. Even a middle-stage commander-level powerhouse might not be able to wipe out this team. If he really wanted to do it, he would have to at least command a high-level expert, or even a peak expert. And now, this team of only 5 people had defeated the Monster Plant's royal court. Even if they didn't see the corpses, from the remaining bloodstains, marks, and traces of escape, the Monster Plant's royal court's team might have really been destroyed. As soon as the woman's voice fell, everyone immediately became vigilant. A moment later, the scouting team returned. Someone quickly reported, "Your Highness, Feng Yesheng is still alive. I saw him. He's gathering the remaining soldiers. The Plant Monster clan seems to have less than 10 people left." The woman's expression changed slightly. There were only so few people left. When she thought up to this point, the woman suddenly said, "Let's go and kill them. This time, there's a great enemy in the king battleground." "Yes," everyone responded. The woman looked around and glanced in the direction where Fong Ping and the rest had left. but she did not say anything. She patted the tiger, and it soared into the sky, roaring as it chased after Feng Miesheng and the rest. She decided to kill Feng Miesheng and the others first. As for the team of 5, the woman's expression was rather grim. They had only entered for a day, and the monster plant clan had already been wiped out. It was better to be more careful. After killing Feng Miesheng and the rest, they could not advance anymore. They had to wait for the few quasi-commanders to break through before they could continue. This time, the King battleground was very dangerous. The land of rebirth. The woman rode the tiger forward, murmuring in her heart. Father Wang and the rest wanted to join forces with the Monster Plant Clan and kill their way into the land of rebirth together. Would it really work? The land of rebirth was not completely defenseless. True king powerhouses like the Netherworld King, Martial King, and Battle King were well known even to her. A top-notch true king, like the suppressing Heavenly King, was rumored to be comparable to the legendary Two Kings. If the Two Kings did not appear, would it really work? The woman sighed softly. It was a pity that her ability was too weak to influence the palace's decision. At the same time, Feng Miesheng was like a wounded lone wolf, his eyes bloodshot. He looked around, seemingly crying and laughing at the same time. They had suffered a crushing defeat. He did not expect that after entering for only a day, most of the palace powerhouses were already dead. 128 people had entered the king battleground. At this moment, including himself, there were only 8 people beside him. When they came, they were full of lofty sentiments. At this moment, they were like stray dogs. After gathering these defeated soldiers, apart from him, there was no one else who could achieve mentality-vitality fusion. Feng Miesheng watched for a while. He did not know if anyone else had escaped. But now, there were only so many people he could gather. Let's go. Let's meet up with Bai Qing and the rest. Feng Miesheng's eyes were bloodshot. There was still a chance. The 3 peak quasi-commanders were not dead yet. They were still in the process of breaking through. When they had broken through, there was still a chance. Behind him, an armored peak rank, 6 martial artist's face was as white as a sheet. He trembled and said, Prince Feng, are we still going to stay here? Be *starred. Useless. Feng Miesheng scolded for a while. After a while, he suddenly felt dejected. Then he regained his cold expression and said, You, go back through the entrance now. Go back and tell Uncle Wang everything that has happened here. Ask Uncle Wang to send people into the unified territory and inform Brother Wang. Ask them to break through the wall and come here. This time, I am not satisfied. Are you satisfied? If I don't kill the Battle King's descendants, I won't be at peace. Jiang Hao's younger brother's crime is unforgivable. All the descendants of Warlord deserve to die. No matter the price, they must be killed. Also, Feng Lan, bring a few people and look for the other people from the royal court who are still here. Inform the affiliated dynasties and sects to come here and listen to my orders. Feng Miesheng gave orders one after another. This time he was not satisfied. Jiang Chao, he must kill him. Although many of the newcomers had died, there were still some people from the royal court from 3 years ago, or even earlier, who were still here in the battlefield. Some people from affiliated dynasties and sects were here too. If the people from the royal court of the unified territory could find the weak point of the border wall and break through it, Jiang Chao would definitely die. Definitely. If it was someone else, the people from the unified territory might not come. However, it was Jiang Hao's younger brother now. In that case, those people would definitely come, as long as he killed Warlord's descendant. Even if such a huge incident had happened this time, he could still redeem himself with merit. If he killed Warlord's descendant, perhaps his merit would be even greater. Netherworld King, Warlord. These 2 top-notch descendants of the true kings from the land of rebirth have been killed. I will only be rewarded. As Feng Miesheng thought about it, he thought about the person who had unleashed the true king's protective secret technique earlier. Who was that? To have such a true king's protective secret technique, he must be a descendant that the true king valued. I didn't expect that so many important people would enter the land of rebirth this time. Feng Mieshing thought about this as he led his people forward at high speed. There were many descendants of the true king. Some of them had been passed down for more than 10 generations. Why would they care about those descendants whose bloodlines were extremely distant? However, that fatty had unleashed the true king's protective secret technique. He was definitely one of the people that the true king valued. In addition to Jiang Chao and the Netherworld King's grandson, if he killed these 3 people, it would not be considered a failure to enter the land of rebirth this time. Fang Ping did not know what the monster life royal court woman and Feng Mieshing were planning. He did not care either. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others had already hidden in a cave. After sealing the cave with a boulder, Fang Ping managed to set up a thin layer of mentality barrier. Then he collapsed on the ground. The others did the same. A few of them lay on the cold and damp stone ground. In the next moment, they all burst out laughing. Awesome! I'm rich. Fang Ping laughed. Even now, his head was still splitting. Fang Ping could not help but feel excited and agitated. The others were the same. Jiang Chao had already started consuming the life essence. This fatty had brought quite a lot with him this time. As he drank, he hesitated whether he should give some to the others. However, after taking a look and seeing that the others did not seem to be too badly injured, Jiang Chao gave up the idea. It was better to save some for himself. After drinking the life essence, Jiang Chao immediately shifted his gaze to Fang Ping. He praised loudly, "Fang Ping, you're amazing. Too amazing. This time, you've made a name for yourselves in the restricted area. A few of you have annihilated a team of more than 100 people from the Monster Plant's royal court. This is practically comparable to the contribution of exterminating a cave. When you return to Earth, even the top will celebrate for you." The fatty was flattering him nonstop. In the end, he even said smugly, "Of course, I've also contributed a little, but I won't take credit for it. It's mainly because the few of you leaders are good. This time, I've annihilated 3 people who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. In this generation of Constellation City, there are not many who have contributed more than me." Fang Ping, "You guys have to be my witness." Fang Ping ignored him and began to pour things out. Divine weapons, one after another, one after another. Even the rich and overbearing Jiang Chao could not speak at this time. With a gulp, he swallowed his saliva. Constellation City had divine weapons, and there were quite a few of them. Adding the 13 families together, there were probably close to 100 divine weapons. Of course, most of them were rank 7s. There were not many rank 8s. The old ancestors could kill some rank 7s. As long as it was not too eye-catching, not many people would care. But they could kill rank 8s. Rank 8 golden bodies, that was the realm of gods and Buddhas. The death of such a powerhouse could possibly cause a huge uproar. Rank 7s were commander-level powerhouses. Commander-level powerhouses were also only the commander level of an area. Rank 8s were venerables. The so-called venerables also carried some meaning that everyone had to respect, including in the restricted areas. Rank 9s were known as kings in the Outlands. In order to avoid being a true king, the restricted areas called them the Divine General Realm, with the word God in it. Even if they were only generals of the gods, they were still incomparably honorable. Therefore, among the close to 100 divine weapons in Constellation City, there are only a few rank 8s and 9s. There were only 60 to 70 rank 7s, and this was the accumulation of the 13 families. As for Fang Ping, how many had he taken out now? Jiang Chao glanced at them. There were probably no less than 50 of them. At this moment, Fang Ping stopped what he was doing. The joy on his face diminished slightly, and he said with some dissatisfaction, "I remember that they had more than 70 over there. Some people ran away. Logically speaking, there should be around 60 of them. Why are there only 56 of them? 56. Jiang Chao really swallowed hard. Mother f asterisk her, this was a wave of wealth. These people were really terrifying, yet they were still not satisfied with this. Fang Ping had exposed so much of his wealth. Even the paragons would probably want to rob him. Was he not afraid of being hacked to death? No, this guy wouldn't kill him to silence him, would he? Out of everyone present, he seemed like an outsider. Thinking of this, Jiang Chao shuddered. Fang Ping glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He smiled and said, "Fatty, what's wrong? Are you feeling cold because your injuries are too severe?" No, no. Fang Ping laughed and said, "I, Fang Ping, will not attack unless I am attacked. Of course, I also repay favors and share blessings. This time, you killed 3 mentality-vitality fusion and used your ultimate move. I won't let you suffer any losses. Last time, I took a pair of combat boots from you. Now I'll give you another pair. How's that?" Jiang Chao laughed dryly. "That? No need. Really, don't. Won't that make me, Fang Ping, seem too stingy? Am I, Fang Ping, that kind of person?" "No, no." As Jiang Chao spoke, Fang Ping had already tossed a pair of boots that he had just pulled off. He smiled and said, "This is for you. The quality isn't bad." Jiang Chao received it gingerly, calculating in his heart. Was this considered hush money? Fang Ping did not say much. He continued, "Other than the divine weapons, there are also quite a number of accessories that can block mentality. In total, there are 6 pieces. I think Feng Extermination took a few of them." At this point, Fang Ping's expression did not look too good. There were fewer divine weapons and fewer accessories that could block mentality. The reason was that Feng Extermination had taken away some of the people he had killed earlier, other than the halberd. There seemed to be a few other divine weapons on him. There were probably some accessories that could block mentality too. Fang Ping did not say much. He said, quickly, 55 divine weapons. 1 rank, 8. It was left behind by that Huai Muqing. 3 peak rank, 7. 5 upper stage rank, 7. 8 middle stage, and 38 early stage. In terms of money, it's about 640 billion to 650 billion. There are 6 accessories that can block mentality, about 15 caddies. That's 100 billion. Other than these, there are some miscellaneous items. Some energy stones, energy fruits, monster armor. It's still worth 100 billion. Also, some people have some life essence on them, but it's not much. They've used more than half of it, only a few caddies left. In total, the harvest this time is 900 billion. Does anyone have any objections? Li Hansong's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. How could he have any objections? He said immediately no. Yao Qingjuan's expression changed again and again. This was his first time entering the catacombs with Fang Ping. However, this was the first time he felt that he had really learned something new. Earning money. Was this how it was earned? Over at the martial arts universities, everyone was saying that MCMAU's Fang Ping was rich and overbearing. His net worth was comparable to a rank 9. No, even a rank 9 was not as rich as him. They did not have much of a concept before. Now they did. Could a rank 9 be as rich as Fang Ping? This was not an issue of money. Did the government not have money if it was less than 1 trillion? The wealth that the government possessed was countless times more than 1 trillion. The key issue was that although martial artists' cultivation resources could be replaced with money, it did not mean that 1 trillion could buy them. If they used 1 trillion to buy 55 divine weapons, the government would probably fork out the money immediately. When there was a lot of money, it was just numbers and paper. If martial arts resources were really exchanged with money, then the economy would have collapsed long ago. The martial arts universities used credits to exchange. The military department used military merits to exchange, and the other departments also had their own conversion methods. It almost did not involve real money. All in all, Fang Ping said that it was worth 900 billion. If they really wanted to use money, they might not be able to buy it even if they had 10 times the money. At this moment, The few of them were already lost in their fantasies. Fong Ping was still calm. He said, "According to the previous distribution, I can get 450 billion worth of things." As he said that, Fong Ping coughed dryly. He looked at Jiang Chao again and said, "Many of the things here were obtained by us before, not this time. So, on your side," Jiang Chao was extremely tactful. He immediately said, "Understood. Don't worry, I know. If you can get a divine weapon by killing 3 mentality-vitality fusion, you can make those rank 7 and 8 martial artists sell their lives for it once." Jiang Chao's face was full of agreement. "Giving me a divine weapon is enough. You don't have to give any more. If I give more, I'm afraid that you wolves will kill me." These fellows were all people who valued money more than their lives. Giving them a divine weapon was already good enough. Fong Ping grinned and said, "Fatty, we're too poor. We won't stand on ceremony with you then. How about this? Life essence, energy stones, and other miscellaneous items will all belong to me. I also want 3 accessories that can block mentality. Let's make it 200 billion. As for divine weapons, I want a rank 8 longsword. I'll pick 20 more rank, 7 beginner stage, middle stage, and upper stage ones. The rest will belong to you guys. How about that?" Li Hansong said hurriedly, "No problem. Can I get 135 billion? As he said that, Li Hansong grinned. "I want a mentality block accessory and 10 rank, 7 divine weapons. That should be enough, right?" Beside him, Wang Jinyang also said, "Me too." Yao Qingjun didn't say anything. The rest belonged to him. He could still take 14 divine weapons and an accessory that could seal one's spirit. Such a harvest. Yao Qingjun was a little dazed for a moment. Was he dreaming? Fong Ping did not care about them. He was stingy to some people, but generous to others. He was not stingy to those who were willing to risk their lives with him and stood up to him during critical moments. For Old Wang and the rest, even if Fong Ping gave them 3 to 5 divine weapons, they probably would not say anything. However, Old Wang and Ironhead had risked their lives with him more than once or twice. As for Yao Qingjun, although it was his first time entering the catacombs with Fong Ping, he was not careless when it was time to attack. Even a fool knew how dangerous it was to ambush the other party at the entrance. Yao Qingjun was not too clear about Fong Ping's tactics, but he still stayed without hesitation. He did not even consider it. As for the others, they all ran away quickly. Even Jiang Chao. Although he stayed, he left in the end because he was not sure that Fong Ping and the rest could do it. Staying meant that they were willing to live and die together. That meant they were brothers. It was enough for Fong Ping to take the majority. He would not deliberately deduct from these people. If this happened too many times, everyone would be disappointed, even if Fong Ping gave them a lot. After Fong Ping was done with the distribution, he started waiting. This time he was divided into 450 billion, of which 130 billion had been settled previously. Logically speaking, he could still add more than 300 billion wealth. After the distribution was completed, if the system judged that there was no danger, he should be able to increase his wealth. This was also a hidden function. Fong Ping had now discovered that the system judged whether he was out of danger based on the surrounding environment and the threat level. System. Could it be that it can monitor the surrounding environment? A strange thought arose in Fong Ping's mind. Maybe. Previously in the Tian'an catacombs, because they were always at the edge of the Forbidden Sea, they did not increase his wealth. After that, even when he went to the area where the Grandmasters were in Sino Nation, he did not increase his wealth, because there was still a large group of rank 9s opposite him. This kind of danger was actually unknown. It was not right in front of him. However, the system still judged that he was in danger. A thought arose in Fong Ping's mind, but he did not think too deeply about it. Sometimes it was useless to think about it. The him now was still too weak. There was no need to think about these useless things. This time, the danger was determined very quickly. There should not be any creatures or environment that could threaten Fong Ping's life in the surrounding. His wealth changed rapidly. Wealth, 950 billion conversion, vitality, 8,620 calories, 9,633 calories, mentality, 120 hertz, 1,469 hertz, bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters plus energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute plus aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute plus. Previously, in order to conceal the other's auras and recover mentality and vitality, Fang Ping had expended a lot of wealth. After some calculations, the increase in wealth was about 310 billion. It should not have reached 320 billion. Fang Ping did not care too much. It was normal for there to be a little difference. Just a little more and I can reach 1 trillion. Fang Ping felt a little emotional. Previously he thought that 1 trillion was far away, but now he was only a step away. As for the so-called a little more than 50 billion, Fang Ping felt that it was nothing. In a treasure land like the King battlefield, it was just a drizzle. 50 billion. After killing Feng extermination, it would reach 1 trillion without doing anything. His rank, 8 divine weapon-long halberd alone, could probably make Fang Ping's wealth break through to 1 trillion. Not to mention that the fellow still had a lot of good stuff on him. After killing Feng extermination, Fang Ping felt that it would not be difficult to increase his wealth by more than 100 billion. My mentality has been severely damaged. It's actually so difficult to recover this time. Fang Ping frowned slightly. In the past, he thought that as long as his mentality was not destroyed, even if there was a trace left, he could recover quickly. Looking at it now, there was still some difference. This time his foundation was probably damaged. Theoretically, a mentality of more than 1,000 hertz should be recovered with 1 million wealth. But now, Fang Ping's wealth was being consumed in large amounts to repair his mentality. However, the speed at which his mentality was increasing was not as fast as expected. Previously, it was 1,000 wealth to recover 1 hertz. Now, it had increased by at least 100 times. 100,000 was needed to recover about 1 hertz, but fortunately it's still recovering. It's only a little more than 100 million consumed. It's considered not bad to be able to recover my damaged mentality. If it were another rank 7 or 8 martial artist, they would probably have collapsed at this point. On Nanjiang's side, Zhang Dingnan's mentality had been damaged previously. He had spent a long time to repair and nurture it. Until now, he might not have fully recovered. Actually, Fang Ping's injuries were more serious than his. But looking at the situation, he should be able to recover completely in an hour or so. While Fang Ping was healing, he said with a smile, "In for a penny, in for a pound. We and the people from the Monster Plant's royal court will not rest until one of us is dead. This time, no matter what, we must kill them. They don't have many people left now, 10 at most. When we recover, we'll continue hunting." Beside him, Jiang Chao looked helpless. They still had to go after them? Damn it, following these guys is really exciting. When he was still thinking about this, a few sets of armor appeared in front of Fang Ping. Fang Ping put on a set. Old Wang and Ironhead also picked up a set and put it on naturally. Then he saw that Fang Ping had even distributed the wig and headgear. Jiang Chao was dumbfounded, muttering, "What are you doing?" Li Hansong chuckled. "There aren't many people from the Monster Plant's royal court now. We'll see if we can impersonate them. If we meet other people on the way, we'll kill them along the way." Fang Ping did not say much. He did not plan to change Fatty's aura either. Changing the aura of all 5 people would consume too much. 1 billion per minute. He could not afford it. However, changing 2 people's auras and shielding 2 people's auras would not consume too much. He would see if there was a chance to use the identity of a Monster Plant's royal court martial artist to kill some people easily. Fang Ping was tired of always killing. Everyone heal. When your injuries are healed, we'll go sweep again. Everyone did not delay. Fong Ping was not stingy either. He took out a lot of life essence and energy stones for everyone to heal. This time, not only did he want to rush to trillions of wealth, he wanted more. If he missed this opportunity, there would not be much hope if he wanted to get so much in the future. The King's Battleground. Would he have the chance to come next time? Chapter 577. Outside the King's Battleground. At the entrance, the golden-armored man laughed loudly. One day has passed. How many resurrected martial artists are still alive? From last night until now, a whole day had passed, no matter how dark the sky was. Commander Zhou and the rest were silent, expressionless. The golden-armored man sneered, provoking, "This time kill them all." The previous batches were unwilling to waste their energy killing that bunch of trash. The descendant of a king dares to provoke us. If you want to blame someone, blame that reckless thing. 3 years ago, Jiang Hao entered the king's battleground. It was fine at rank 6, he did not kill many people. When he reached rank 7, Jiang Hao began to hunt those catacombs martial artists. If it was just hunting, everyone was an enemy. There was nothing to say. However, Jiang Hao killed a king descendant at the entrance, right in front of them. This was a provocation to the entire restricted zone. For more than a year, many restricted zone martial artists had entered the rank 7 area to hunt Jiang Hao, but he had escaped time and time again. Jiang Hao and the others were all old foxes. It was difficult to find them, and it was not easy to kill them. However, it was much easier for this batch of newbies. Their whereabouts were right in front of them. There was only half an hour's difference when both parties left. It was their first time entering, and the Monster Plants King's court had more people than the other party. If they still could not kill them, they would be looking down on Feng, Extermination, and the rest. As soon as the golden-armored man finished speaking, the few rank 9s on the human side did not speak, but someone glanced at Commander Zhou from the corner of his eyes. "He's provoking us." Commander Zhou shielded his surroundings and said, "Although he's provoking us, Jiang Hao has indeed caused trouble for us. We're enemies. There's nothing wrong with killing the enemy, but there's no need to kill the apex descendant at the entrance. We're already weak. Jiang Hao is unwise." Commander Zhou was speechless. Indeed, Jiang Hao was a little too arrogant. He could kill the enemy, but he could do it inside the king's battleground. Why did he have to do it here? Of course, the situation that day was a little special. The king descendant was about to escape from the king's battleground. Jiang Hao chased him all the way here and intercepted him at the entrance passage. That was why he tortured him to death in front of everyone. No matter what, even if he gave up on killing his opponent, there was no need to kill him in front of the catacombs' powerhouses. Unfortunately, Commander Zhou sighed inwardly. The heavenly talents of Star City were arrogant and unruly, so it was hard to say anything about them. In fact, someone had talked to Jiang Hao about it after the incident, but the other party did not take it seriously. After all, they had killed an enemy, and it was also within the rules. After all, the Battle King was one of the pillars of the Apex powerhouses. He couldn't possibly do anything to Jiang Hao just because he had killed an enemy. That would definitely displease suppressing Star City. Jiang Hao also boasted that he would take responsibility for this matter alone. In the rank 7 area, he often appeared to kill opponents. The martial artists in the rank 7 area were also attracted to Jiang Hao. However, there were still repercussions. Now, Jiang Hao is not dead, and new people entered every 3 years. The Fei Plant Royal Court vented their anger on them, and in order to save face, they threatened to exterminate all murderous martial artists before they even entered. Half of the reason for this was because they were enemies, and the other half was related to Jiang Hao. Without another word, Commander Zhou looked at the entrance and sighed in his heart. This session was even more difficult and dangerous than the previous sessions. 12 people from Hua Nation went in, and they didn't know what the situation was like now. Just then, a light flashed at the entrance. Beside him, the monk said solemnly, "Someone is coming out." Someone from the previous sessions? Everyone stared for a while. Someone from the previous sessions must be a catacombs martial artist. There were no old humans in there now. It would be best if it was someone from the previous sessions. If it was someone from this session, it might mean trouble. Soon, with a flash of energy, a figure appeared in the dark passageway. The moment he saw the figure, the golden-armored man suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, Muki, you're out so soon. Did extermination let you come back?" It was someone from the Fey Plant Royal Court. Moreover, he came out in just one day. It was too fast. It must be good news. If there was nothing major, Foam Extermination would not let anyone out. Foam Extermination was extremely arrogant. If he did not kill all the resurrected martial artists, or kill half of them, or kill one or two, he would never come out to report the good news. When Muki came out, many powerhouses in the catacombs laughed out loud. It had only been one day, and the resurrected martial artists were done for. Commander Zhou and the others' eyes were cold. Something had happened. Although they knew that the Fey Plant Royal Court was going to attack them this time, they did not expect that the outcome would be decided in just one day. Muki, who had just walked out of the passageway, saw the golden-armored man laughing. His expression was frighteningly stiff. Sir Divine General had misunderstood. He knew that Sir Divine General must have misunderstood. No one would believe that he had come out to report his condolences. For a moment, Muki lowered his head, trembling with fear. He was afraid. He was afraid that he would be killed if he disturbed the Divine General's mood. He had originally thought of coming out and finding a chance to report to the golden-armored man alone. However, Sir Divine General had been staring at the entrance. The moment he came out, the other party came. Just as Muki was worrying, the golden-armored man laughed and said, "Muki, tell me quickly. How many resurrected martial artists did extermination kill?" "Sir, hurry up!" The golden-armored man roared, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Are you trying to spoil my fun? I want to tell the land of rebirth powerhouses how many of them I've killed in front of them." That day, the King of War's descendant had provoked them. Everyone was already very dissatisfied. Before they departed, the golden armor man had even told Foam Extermination to bring someone alive and kill them in the passageway in front of the land of rebirth powerhouses. Although it was not the right time yet, to be able to tell them how many people he had killed in front of these people would allow them to vent their frustrations. Muki was trembling violently. He dared not say it. He dared not lie either. If he lied, he would definitely die. However, even if he did not lie, he might still be killed by the enraged golden-armored man if he reported this information. Muki was trembling. Gradually, the golden-armored man who was laughing earlier also noticed that something was wrong. His expression instantly turned cold. At this moment, he did not think of anything else. Instead, he looked at a powerhouse beside him. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Muki again. He said coldly, "That which attacked extermination." This was probably the only thing that made Muki afraid to speak. As soon as he said this, a rank 9 powerhouse standing beside him sneered. "Foam Joching, don't forget the current situation." Now the Monster Plant clan was asking for their help. Foam Joching opened his mouth to call her a witch. This was an insult to the descendant of a true king, and the most direct descendant at that. The golden-armored man's expression changed again and again. He snorted coldly, his expression ugly. Seeing that they were arguing, Muki became even more worried. He immediately said, trembling, "Sir, this has nothing to do with Her Highness Ji Yao." "Bastard!" The golden-armored man was enraged. "Since it has nothing to do with you, why are you stuttering and causing me to be bullied? Do you have a death wish?" At this moment, Foam Joching was a little angry. Since it had nothing to do with the Monster Life clan, then nothing mattered. Even if it was a war with the other royal courts, it was not a big deal. The Guardian Court and the other 2 royal courts were on good terms, so the possibility of war was not high. Both sides had also cooperated many times in the outer realm. Not many demons had entered the 10,000 demon royal court. Moreover, the 10,000 demon royal court was in chaos. It was not a big deal to kill demons from the 10,000 demon royal court. Seeing that Miyuki was trembling all over and extremely uneasy, the golden-armored man, who was still angry just now, frowned and waved his hand to set up a mental barrier. He shouted, "Tell me, what's going on?" Miyuki was in no hurry to speak. He was really afraid. He was afraid that he would not die in the king's battlefield, but here. Miyuki looked around from the corner of his eyes. When he saw a person behind the golden-armored man, his eyes flashed with joy. He hurriedly took a step forward and walked in front of that person. With this action, the golden-armored man's expression changed completely. The green-armored man behind him also had a slight change in expression. He said in a low voice, "Miyuki, don't be afraid. What's going on?" Martial artists who could enter the king's battlefield were all Monster Plant Royal Court's geniuses. He was an elder of Miyuki's bloodline. Although he only had rank 8 strength, he could still protect him a little. Only then did Miyuki's expression turn sorrowful. He hurriedly said, "Sir, something has happened in the king's battlefield. We were ambushed by martial artists who had revived as soon as we entered." "What?" the golden-armored man exclaimed. "How was that possible? A rank 9 martial artist should not be this impatient." Even when Jiang Hao had tortured and killed the descendant of a true king in the passageway, he had not been this moved. However, at this moment he was truly shocked. Martial artists who had revived ambushed them? Miyuki's undying god had been destroyed. Was he delirious now? Although his voice did not spread, the change in his expression attracted the attention of many people. Feng Jiuqing was so shocked. What had happened? Following that, everyone saw not only the change in his expression, but also Feng Jiuqing's extremely suppressed expression. He was so angry that he had lost his composure. The Monster Plant Royal Court's geniuses were all dead or injured. Their opponents were just a few martial artists from the land of rebirth. At the last moment, the golden-armored man's entire body erupted with force, shattering the barrier. He said furiously, "Jiang Chao! Damn it!" The golden-armored man was furious. His eyes exploded with a brilliant golden glow as he glared at Commander Zhou and the rest. No one heard the first part of his words. However, everyone heard the last part. "Jiang Chao." Some people looked surprised. They understood the human language and knew what the surname Jiang meant. A descendant of the War King? Another descendant of the War King had angered Feng Jiuqing? For a rank 9 martial artist to say "damn it," it was clear that Feng Jiuqing's anger had reached a certain level. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing's murderous aura was soaring. He glared fiercely at Commander Zhou and the rest, then at Miyuki. Without saying a word, he turned around and flew into the palace. His series of actions were surprising, but they also caused people's imaginations to run wild. What the hell happened? Many people looked at Miyuki. Now, this prodigy who had just escaped from the jaws of death was drenched in sweat again. This was going to be troublesome. The catacombs martial artists were at a loss. Commander Zhou was even more at a loss. What had Jiang Chao done? That upper stage rank, 6 kid strength, was only average. Moreover, he had heard that he was timid and afraid of trouble. He had only come to the king's battleground because he had no other choice. How had he angered the catacombs? Feng Jiuqing's tone and expression earlier, as if he wanted to eat him alive, were even more hateful and angry than when he mentioned Jiang Hao. What had happened? Commander Zhou was at a loss, but he was also a little worried. Could the 2 Jiang brothers stop? At this moment, a few rank 7 martial artists suddenly flew out from the palace and quickly entered the passageway. These people had just come out not long ago and had been recuperating and recovering. Now, however, these people had entered the rank 7 area. Commander Zhou frowned. The people from the monster plant's royal court had returned, and Feng Jiuqing was furious. Why were the rank 7 martial artists from the monster plant's royal court entering the rank 7 area one after another? Not only the rank 7, but Commander Zhou soon realized that some rank 6 martial artists were also heading toward the passageway. These people were all seething with murderous intent. Behind him, Feng Jiuqing once again stepped on the air and shouted, "Muki, you go in with them!" "Sir." Muki shuddered. He was afraid of death. If he was not afraid of death, he would not have come out. It was because he was afraid of death that he was willing to come out and report the news. Now he was asked to go in and face those murderous gods. How dare you disobey? Feng Jiuqing's face was livid. Muki looked terrified. Without another word, he hurried into the passageway. As these people entered, Feng Jiuqing stood in the air like a statue. He was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. There was only cold, murderous intent in his eyes. More than 100 prodigies had died in battle. As the guardian of the royal court, he was in big trouble. If he could not kill the descendants of War King, it would be even more troublesome. So many people involved countless forces, and there were more than 1 or 2 true kings who were related. This time, there were more than 30 martial artists related to the true kings. Now, almost all of them had died in the battlefield of the royal court. "Jiang Chao, you deserve to die!" Feng Jiuqing, who was like a statue, suddenly shouted coldly, his murderous intent awe-inspiring. Over at the boulder platform, Commander Zhou's head was splitting. What did Jiang Chao do? Now that he had provoked Feng Jiuqing to the brink of madness, he felt like he was about to lose his mind. This was not a good thing. Moreover, there were people entering the rank 7 area and the rank 6 area. They were probably going to surround and kill Jiang Chao. I have to inform the minister. The old War King should also do something. Commander Zhou was very helpless. With Feng Jiuqing's current state, he was worried that something big would happen in the end. There were only 6 human rank 9s present. Moreover, the Jiang brothers were troublemakers. If Jiang Chao and the others really came out, these people might not stand up for them. If Jiang Chao was killed outside of the king's battlefield, the War King would be enraged and start a battle of the apex. Commander Zhou shuddered. That would pierce through the heavens. The ultimate battle should be avoided as much as possible. When the ultimate battle started, an all-out war would come in an instant. The humans were still stalling for time. They could not afford such an unforeseen event. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou glanced at the others and said in a low voice, "I want to go to Mount Imperial Sea." The others thought of many things and nodded. Someone could not help but ask, "Can you guys let War King take the Jiang brothers away?" They had had enough. They did not know what the second Jiang brother was doing inside. This guy seemed to be more troublemaker than his brother. Could it be that he had killed Feng Yesheng? At this thought, they looked at each other. It could not be, right? It was unbelievable that the kid from the Jiang family could kill Feng Yesheng. Or perhaps he had killed other important people. Achoo! In the cave, Jiang Chao looked confused. He rubbed his nose and asked curiously, "My body is weak. How can I sneeze? I was a rank 6 martial artist. How could I sneeze? Could it be that my body was weak because of my severe injuries?" Li Hansong said seriously, "You're being targeted. Powerhouses are talking about you. You can sense it. You're done for." "It can't be. I just killed a few mentality-vitality fusion. They're all dead. They don't even know me." Beside him, Fong Ping had long forgotten that he lied about his name. He said casually, "Why think so much? Everyone's injuries are healed. Old Yao, your mentality recovery speed is still too slow. Look at me. I've recovered from such a severe injury." Yao Qingjun was speechless. I was speechless. Fong Ping's mentality was really close to being destroyed, but he was full of vigor now, as if nothing had happened. Until now, his mentality had not even recovered by half. Compared to him, it was too sad. Fang Ping did not continue to discourage him. He looked at them and said suddenly, "It's not good to pretend to be catacombs martial artists. There aren't that many middle-stage martial artists in the catacombs. Fatty, you Old Wang, and I will pretend to be catacombs martial artists. Ironhead, you and Old Yao will pretend to be captives." Li Han Song looked gloomy. "I'll pretend to be a captive. Why don't I switch with Old Wang?" "Stop talking nonsense. When you attack, you'll be too eye-catching. You won't be able to act well." Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He gave a few reminders and then smiled. "Come, let's go out. Remember, when we encounter catacombs martial artists, first, look at the number of divine weapons they have. Second, look at the number of people. Third, look at their strength. If they have more than 3 mentality-vitality fusion and above, then don't rush to attack." After Fang Ping said that, he slapped Fatty. Jiang Chao dodged hurriedly, but Fang Ping's slap still landed on his head. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Blood and flesh exploded. Jiang Chao was scared half to death. Had he known earlier, he would not have accepted that divine weapon. He had actually accepted a divine weapon. These fellows had killed countless people for divine weapons, while he was still thinking about how to escape in fear. Fang Ping also gave himself a punch. His face was almost flattened. This time Jiang Chao was dumbfounded. Beside him, although Wang Jinyang's flesh did not rupture, a few bloody marks appeared on his face. Li Han Song was not surprised. He also gave himself a few punches. His whole body was covered in blood, and his aura was weakening. It was Yao Qingjuan's first time doing this, but he was not careless. He copied Fatty's actions. Fang Ping saw that Fatty looked like he was about to escape at any time. He said impatiently, "Cover up a little. Martial artists have a photographic memory. You should pretend to be a captive. But I'm just an upper-stage martial artist, so it'll be a little conspicuous if I capture you guys. Don't talk so much. Just watch. You can't bear to do it to yourself. I'll help you. You don't have any objections, right?" Jiang Chao smiled bitterly. He rubbed his slightly torn cheeks and sucked in a breath of cold air. Mother****. Was there a need to be so cruel to himself? These guys were very familiar with their tricks. It looked like they had done this many times. Fang Ping did not care about him. He changed his own aura as well as Old Wang and Fatty's. The 3 of them escorted Li Han Song and Fatty out. Seeing that, Jiang Chao asked, "Where are we going now?" "We'll go back. I remember that the Monster Plants King's Court is missing a few mentality-vitality fusion. They should be looking for a place to break through. Phone Extermination will definitely go there too. We'll chase after him. Oh, right, when we kill people on the way, we don't have to kill them all. Leave a few weak ones. There might be a good show to watch. It'll be best if it's a mess. I love messy situations." Fang Ping laughed. The more chaotic, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities there would be. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Jiang Chao and said fiercely, "Don't speak Mandarin anymore. Use the catacombs language. Speak it more proficiently. If you follow us, you must master this essential skill." Jiang Chao nodded hurriedly, his face bitter. "Goodbye. I'll follow you guys. Just this once. Next time, even if I die, I won't follow you guys anymore." These few lunatics would go wherever there were more people. They only cared about money and not their lives. He had enough of these guys. On the night of the 4th, there was an additional team of 5 people at the Imperial Battleground. 3 King's Court martial artists and 2 Resurrection martial artists. These 5 people walked ostentatiously along the way. They killed 2 small teams along the way. The 2 teams were not from big forces, but from Dynasty and a sect. Fang Ping picked up 4 divine weapons and distributed them to 2 of them, increasing his wealth to 970 billion. However, at this moment, Fang Ping was depleting 10 million wealth points every minute. He was also depleting 600 million every hour. 600 million. In the past, Fang Ping would still be in a hurry. Now, Fang Ping was not in a hurry. When he encountered a team, he would kill a few rich ones and earn some extra money. 600 million was nothing. In a day, he would only spend the wealth brought by a middle-stage rank 7 divine weapon. At the same time, Fang Ping and the others were killing the catacombs martial artists in a swagger at the Imperial battleground. Commander Zhou hurried. With caution, he finally arrived at Imperial Sea Mountain safely. In reality, both parties were still in the agreement period. Imperial Sea Mountain was 1,000 miles away, guarded by a martial artist. Feng Zhouqing did not think of killing him in the catacombs. Imperial Sea Mountain, at the highest point of the mountain peak. Commander Zhou did not dare to go up. There were space-time rifts there. At a distance from Zhang Tao, Commander Zhou reported hurriedly. Zhang Tao listened for a while. His gaze was slightly strange. "You mean Jiang Chao?" "Yes, it's him." "Jiang Chao." Zhang Tao laughed suddenly. "Jiang Chao. How could it be? But that little fatty, who did he say he was going to act with?" "Fang Ping." Having made up his mind, Zhang Tao smiled. "Got it. You go back first. I'll ask someone to inform Star Town, and ask them to inform Warlord. I'll ask Senior Warlord to go to the Imperial battleground." Commander Zhou was surprised. He could not help but ask, "Minister, are they really going to break the agreement?" Although he came to inform them, he was worried that they would not follow the rules. However, asking Zhu Eping to go there personally was still a bit of a fuss. What he wanted was for Zhang Tao to pay more attention, or to prevent Warlord from starting a war on his own. Now, Zhang Tao took the initiative to ask Warlord to go there. Zhang Tao chuckled. "I'm afraid something big has happened. I just don't know how big it is. It's okay if some die, but please don't let all of them die. Otherwise, it'll be hard to negotiate." "Huh." Commander Zhou was confused again. Who was the minister talking about? Human martial artists? But if all human martial artists died, could the minister still laugh? Zhang Tao waved his hand and said no more. After waiting for Commander Zhou to leave in a daze, Zhang Tao laughed again. This was interesting. The rank 9 who was guarding the Imperial battleground had even sent people to the rank 7 area. This meant that they were going to break through the barrier and enter the rank 6 area. What the hell did those brats do? Could it be that they really killed a lot? Zhang Tao was looking forward to it. He had made a bet with King Huai before, although he was not the one who agreed to the bet. 128 Monster Plants court-martial artists. If Fang Ping and the rest could really kill some of them and some others died in other places, the Monster Plants court might lose more than half of its members this time. When that time came, humans would have 14 survivors and they would win. How many did they actually kill? Chapter 578. Bastard. How dare you stop the people from the royal court? Fang Ping killed an upper stage rank 6 martial artist with 1 slash. He looked at the remaining 2 upper stage rank 6 martial artists and said arrogantly, "Get lost!" Both of them were terrified. The next moment they turned around and fled. The people from the Monster Plants royal court did not kill them. How arrogant was this? However, both of them did not dare to say a word. Their strength was not as good as theirs. They could only resign themselves to fate. Fang Ping, on the other hand, curled his lips. 2 poor bastards. They did not even have a divine weapon. Catacombs prodigies? Dynasty geniuses. Which genius did not have money? Just a divine weapon? These empires are too poor. Fang Ping looked unhappy. Jiang Chao was speechless. Divine weapons? Were they really treated like grass by you? Were they everywhere you plucked? Fang Ping calculated. It had not even been 2 days since he came in. How many divine weapons did he get? In addition to the previous ones, they had now obtained 62 divine weapons. Since when were divine weapons measured in dozens? Jiang Chao had no rights in this team. He did not speak. Wang Jinyang said calmly, "There is only one true king in the dynasties." These dynasties do not dare to hunt demons on their own. It's normal that they have few divine weapons. The people who came in were close to 400. The two catacombs human royal courts had close to 250 people. The other dynasties and sects had less than 150 people. The two royal courts had close to 150 divine weapons. The others had less than 50 divine weapons. Fang Ping had not killed many people. To be able to obtain 6 swords was already considered a lot. A total of 17 people were killed. Fang Ping said as he walked, including the ones from before. There should be more than 130, right? There should be. Both of them chatted casually. Li Hansong and Yao Changjun pretended to be captives and did not speak. Jiang Chao was speechless. 1/3 of the catacombs' martial artists who came in this time were killed. Catastrophe. The catastrophe of the catacombs. One had to know that in previous years, even at the end, the casualties were not so heavy. 1/3 of them were killed on the first day. No, on the second day. If they stayed for a month, would there be anyone left alive? As they were talking, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He looked into the distance and said, "Someone has broken through." In the distance, more than 5 kilometers away, the Celestial Bridge and Sanjiao Gate appeared in the void. Then, an illusory tree appeared in the air. After watching for a while, Fang Ping frowned and said, "This is the first time I've seen it. These guys." The process of breaking through is similar to ours. Although the path of martial arts is different and leads to the same goal, the path of cultivation is very similar. The difference between catacombs martial artists and human martial artists was not that great. The most obvious characteristic was that both sides' main cultivation energy was different. One was the energy from the catacombs, the other was vitality. Fang Ping suddenly thought of a question. He asked in a low voice, "If I was born in the catacombs, can I cultivate the path of energy?" He had never paid much attention to this question. This was because no pregnant woman in the human world would give birth in the catacombs. At least, he was not aware of it. Jiang Chao shook his head when he heard that and said, "That won't do. I know that it won't work. Don't be fooled by our resemblance. In reality, we are not of the same species. Our structures are different, although I feel that we are similar. However, we have records that someone has experimented on it. It didn't work. The result was still vitality force." Fang Ping nodded. After that, he did not ask any more. He looked into the distance, thought for a while, and said, "Let's go. Let's change our path." Everyone was a little surprised. Fang Ping's purpose was to hunt down and kill Feng Miexing. Now that someone had broken through, it was most likely Feng Miexing and his group. Why did they change their path? Fang Ping said as he walked, "Don't look at me. Actually, he's not our target. We're targeting him because he's rich. But let's slow down first. Let's kill some more people. When we're stronger, it won't be too late to kill them then." Fang Ping was actually planning to accumulate 1 trillion wealth points first. He already had 980 billion now. After killing some more people, his wealth points would reach trillions. When the time came, the system would be upgraded. Regardless of whether there were new functions or not, once he reached trillions, he could use his wealth points freely. There was no need to save anymore. A storage space of 100 cubic meters was too small. Fang Ping felt that he needed to expand it. A few of them held their breath at the same time. The consumption was too high. They needed to stock up. If there were new functions, perhaps they could have more trump cards. Fang Ping felt that it was the same to level up first, and then go kill people. At most, it would just take 2 more days. What would 2 days do to Feng Miexing and his group? Could they achieve middle stage rank 7 in 2 days? After hearing Fang Ping's words, they did not say anything else. They changed the direction where someone had broken through earlier. Today, it was not just this place. Fang Ping and the rest encountered a few places where people had broken through. Some rank 6 martial artists had started to break through after entering for 2 days. Fan Ping only had contempt for these people. They could break through, but they had to suppress it and enter the rank 6 area. How afraid were they of death? If it were him, he would have broken through long ago. He heard that there were more good things in the rank 7 area. If they wanted to rob, they should go to the rank 7 area. As for the rank 6 area, there were not many good things. Fan Ping and the rest walked for a few hundred li. Other than the crazy monsters, they did not encounter anything valuable. The biggest value was the catacombs martial artists themselves. These people were the big, fat sheep in Fan Ping's eyes. Fan Ping and the rest walked and killed. The crazy monsters were also killing. Some of the enemy forces in the restricted areas were also killing. Therefore, as they killed, everyone realized that the number of people had decreased. They did not encounter anyone for a long time. The king's battlefield was not small. The rank 6 area was also huge. It was comparable to the size of a few provinces. The terrain was still changing. At this moment, the people inside, including those old geniuses, were probably only 300 to 400. There were so many people, and many of them were in groups. It was even rarer to encounter them. However, everyone's direction was the same. They would eventually walk toward the inner area. The closer they were to the inner area, the more good things there were. Breakthroughs were often in the inner area. That night, Fan Ping and the rest ran for 100 li and encountered 2 more squads. In the end, they killed a lot of them and only got 2 divine weapons. Fan Ping was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Other than the divine weapons, there were some other gains. However, it was just enough to make up for their own consumption. As for Fan Ping, he changed his appearance again. He no longer pretended to be someone from the monster plant's royal court. Instead, he pretended to be someone from Dynasty. This was because Fan Ping realized when he pretended to be someone from the monster plant's royal court, some people ran away when they saw him. It was very depressing. Until dawn, Fan Ping's wealth had barely reached 990 billion. He was still short of the money for the last early stage rank 7 divine weapon. This time, Fan Ping did not rest. He led the rest to continue searching for the target. At the same time, more than 100 li away from the entrance, Feng Yexing's gaze was gloomy. He glanced at the people in front of him. 3 rank, 7 powerhouses, 9 mentality vitality fusion, more than 20 peak rank 6, and more than 20 upper stage martial artists. Are there only so many people? Prince Feng, everyone is here. A mentality vitality fusion powerhouse reported immediately. This was already all the people from the monster plant's royal court in the rank 6 area. Not only the people from the monster plant's royal court, but the martial artists from the 3 dynasties and 2 major sects affiliated to the monster plant's royal court had also arrived. Close to 60 people. As Feng Yexing watched, he suddenly felt a little sad. When they came in a mighty manner. Now that they had gathered everyone, including a portion of the people that Uncle Wang had sent in, there were less than 60 people. Fortunately, there were still 3 commander-level powerhouses. These 3 people were prepared for Jiang Chao. Feng Yexing's gaze was cold and fierce. Commander Bai Qing, the few of you, remember there is only one goal. When we encounter those people, we will join forces to kill Jiang Chao. The rest of you will surround and kill his companions. If we fail again this time, we won't have it easy. Yes, the 3 rank 7s responded immediately. With the 3 of them joining forces, together with Feng Yexing, they did not believe that they could not kill Jiang Chao. Moreover, the territory of command was also thinking of ways to break through the stronghold. When the time came, there would be more powerhouses. If the people from the territory of command were to break through the stronghold, they would have to go out from the inner periphery. If they went in from the outer periphery, they would meet those people sooner or later. Feng Yexing exhaled softly. At this moment, Feng Yexing suddenly turned his head. The 3 rank 7 martial artists also looked to his side quickly. Ji Yao, do you have to go against me? At this moment, a group of people appeared in the distance. The lady riding the tiger looked over and said coldly, "Feng Yeshing, kill yourself." What a joke! Feng Yeshing said it was funny, but his expression was extremely ugly. This, which did not go to the inner periphery to look for opportunities. Instead, she targeted them. How detestable! Ji Yao said coldly again, "You're a disgrace to King Feng if you're still alive. You were defeated by the martial artist who resurrected you. Do you think you're worthy of coveting the king's position?" Feng Yeshing's face was ashen. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and led everyone toward the inner periphery. As for the martial artists who resurrected, it was difficult to find them now. However, since they were here, they would go to the inner periphery sooner or later. After they left, the people from the Monster Life royal court did not leave. They followed behind. Beside Ji Yao, there were two people. One was a luxurious young man, and the other was a lady in full armor. At this moment, the armored lady said, "Your Highness, aren't we going to make a move?" "There's no rush," Ji Yao said lightly. "Follow them. They'll scout ahead. It's not too late to plan after some of them die. We still have to wait for the others to break through." There were 3 chieftains on Feng Yeshing's side. She only had 2 on her side, but they had more people. Moreover, there were a few who were in the process of breaking through. The Monster Life royal court did not lose any of their mentality-vitality fusion. There were more people who could break through than Feng Yeshing and the rest. As she spoke, Jiao added, "They've indeed suffered heavy casualties. Not many of the newcomers are still alive." After saying that, Jiao looked at the armored woman and said, "Go and find the people from the affiliated dynasties and sections. Ask them to gather with me. If you encounter the 10,000 demon royal court and the demon clan that guards the royal court, invite them as well. Your Highness, the Guardian clan, this time the Guardian clan is led by the descendant of the Phoenix King. Don't worry about them helping Feng Yeshing." The Guardian clan was the weakest of the 4 great royal courts. Not only was it weak, but it was also divided into 2 factions. One supported the Monster Life royal court, while the other supported the Monster Plants royal court. Of course, the names of the 2 great royal courts were just what humans called them. They claimed otherwise. Moreover, the 2 great royal courts had a unified name a long time ago, the Monster Emperor God Dynasty. 1,000 years ago, the 2 great royal courts had some problems because of the name. In the end, they chose to use a different name. The Monster Life royal court called itself the Heavenly Fate royal court, while the Monster Plants royal court called themselves the Heavenly Plants royal court. As for the names of the 2 great royal courts, legend had it that they were actually the names of the 2 kings. Of course, legend was legend after all. The 2 kings had disappeared for a very, very long time. There are only some remnant records. As for what the 2 great royal courts were called, no one cared. Later generations had always called the 2 kings Tianming and Tianji. The armored lady said no more. She brought a few people to look for the others. There were still many people on Feng Yeshing's side, but this was all they had. As for Ji Yao's side, it was not all. Some old people had not gathered here yet. This was because the old people and newbies from the 2 great royal courts had gathered. They had also summoned the people from the subordinate dynasties and sections. In the end, there were more than 200 people gathered in those 2 places alone. There was also a group of people scattered in the inner area. Therefore, as Fang Ping and the others walked, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little tired in his heart. Mother asterisk her. Didn't they say that this place is full of danger and there are catacombs martial artists everywhere? We were told not to run around. If we run around, we'll be killed easily. But now, I'm flying around everywhere. Where are they? Fang Ping cursed and almost vomited blood. I'm already so arrogant. Other than some crazy demons, where are the others? Have all the people died in this huge king's battleground? Come out. Kill me. I'm just an upper stage warlord. Kill me. Fong Ping roared a few times. Beside him, Jiang Chao had been in a daze for a long time. Yes, what happened to the catacombs? In the end, Fong Ping wanted to find danger. He wanted to find people. Yet he was so arrogant and despotic that no one came to kill them. There was no justice in this world. Give me another divine weapon. Fong Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. Was it easy to snatch something? If he did not get another divine weapon, he would have to get two if he did not have enough. When Zhang Peng had taught him before, he had said that there were catacombs martial artists everywhere. He had to be careful and avoid them. The key was, where were they? Fong Ping did not know. In the past, everyone had been scattered. How could there be so many people looking for opportunities together? Even if it was monster plants and monster lives, there would only be more than 10 people moving together at most. This year, because of him, Feng Miesheng had gathered everyone. Ji Yao wanted to annihilate Feng Miesheng and the rest, so she had gathered everyone too. After a while, there were not many people scattered in the rank 6 area. Fong Ping looked behind him, then at the increasingly chaotic energy flow in the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to the inner circle. Those people will go there sooner or later. Let's move faster. Let's see if we can meet some in front and kill a group of them." The next moment, a few of them were flying in the sky arrogantly. Jiang Chao was still cautious at first, but later, this fatty laughed arrogantly and roared in an extremely savage manner. "I can do whatever I want in the king's battleground. I can fly 3,000 li in a day. Who will take my head?" It was so cool. Who would hide? The last time this pervert went back, he actually mocked him, saying that if he went to the king's battleground, if he did not want to die, he should conceal his identity and find a place to hide for a month before coming out. Pervert, pervert. Have you ever thought that I am now doing whatever I want in the king's battleground, flying in the sky arrogantly, shouting for people to kill me, hiding? What a joke. I have 4 big protectors by my side. For big perverts. Do I still need to hide? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chao laughed wildly. Fong Ping and the rest looked at each other. Was this damn fatty too full of himself? While they were arrogant and full of themselves, Fong Ping and the rest flew hundreds of li in the sky. Finally, they attracted a team of 5 people. 2 mentality-vitality fusion. A team like this was not considered weak here. However, when they encountered Fong Ping and the rest, Fong Ping went up and crushed a small town. Old Yao's mentality deterrence and last hit. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong unleashed a big outburst. Not long after, this team followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. This time, Fong Ping was also wild with joy. He got a divine weapon. 2 mentality-vitality fusion. Both had a divine weapon, together with some miscellaneous items on him. Fong Ping distributed them on the spot. Then he began to wait. Not long after, the system data began to change. 1 trillion. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fong Ping laughed maniacally. 1 trillion. On the second day of entering the Land of Kings, in less than 48 hours, he had earned close to 500 billion in wealth. When the interface turned pitch black and disappeared, Fong Ping heaved a sigh of relief. It was time to upgrade. At this time, the arrogant Fong Ping landed on the ground in a low-key manner. He used the paragon species to enter a monster's encirclement, dug a hole and buried them. Jiang Chao was dumbfounded. He had not had enough fun yet. Why did he stop? Fong Ping was too lazy to explain. During the system upgrade, his wealth could not be used. This was also a shortcoming. Of course, outsiders did not know. At this time, because his wealth could not be used, he could not recover quickly. Although his combat strength was not weak, he might not be able to exhaust a low-stage rank 7 to death. The other party should exhaust him to death. Based on this, of course, Fong Ping would not act recklessly. He did not know how long the system upgrade would take this time. However, he would hide for 2 days first. When it was time to lie low, Fong Ping could also lie low. Without Fong Ping and the others, the king's battleground became less lively. Feng Yeshing and the rest were still rushing toward the inner encirclement. Ji Yao and the rest were tailing them. Two huge teams moved together. Even the threat of the demons did not exist. At the same time, Rank 7 area, a young man with an elegant demeanor and a gentle smile, with a long sword at his waist, was indescribably charming and elegant. The young man caressed the face of the woman in front of him gently, as if he was treating a lover. He said gently, "Lan Zhu, tell Brother Hao, which one do you choose?" The woman who was being caressed by him turned pale. She screamed, "I don't choose. Kill me, kill me." "Lan Zhu, you're not pretty anymore." The young man's expression was gentle. He continued caressing her face, smiling. "Tell me, which one do you choose? If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. Jiang Hao." The woman's face was pale. Her eyes were filled with fear. She said hurriedly, "Kill me. Kill me. I'll tell you a secret." "A secret? Hee, I hate secrets the most." Jiang Hao licked his lips lightly. With a gentle expression, he said, "Let me choose for you." "Choose 3." The woman's expression changed drastically. She said quickly, "Feng Qing, Mu Daoyu, and the rest have already gone to the border wall. They want to break through the outer boundary barrier and kill your brother, Jiang Chao. Now that they have reached the border wall, they might have already gone to the outer boundary. Jiang Hao, if you don't go, your brother will definitely die." Jiang Hao's expression did not change. He said with a light smile, "They want to kill my brother? The outer boundary is so big. They can just find a place to hide. Your brother did not hide." The woman screamed. Not only did he not hide, he even killed hundreds of people from the monster plant monarch court. The divine generals of the 9 cities are furious. They ordered us to break through the barrier and kill Jiang Chao. This time Jiang Hao was stunned. Even the name was reported. That meant that fatty had really been discovered. Most importantly, that fatty had killed hundreds of people from the monster plant monarch court. Did this woman have to lie to him like this? Did she think that he would believe her? All right, killing hundreds of people was probably fake, but it was probably true that the fatty had been discovered. Jiang Hao shook his head lightly. A hint of helplessness appeared on his handsome face. "I told you to find a place to hide for a month. Why are you so stupid? To think that you could be discovered. To think that Grandpa even said that he could safely survive after entering the battlefield of the monster plant monarch court." "Stupid fatty," Jiang Hao sneered. He did not say anything more. He reached out and drew his sword. With a swing, the long sword returned to its scabbard. In front of him, Lan Zhu's eyes revealed a smile of relief. His skull was pierced through, and his life force quickly dissipated. Jiang Hao looked into the distance and chuckled. He won't really be hunted to death, will he? It's not easy to find a weak spot in the boundary wall. Oh well, good luck. If I can save him, I will. If I can't, I can only avenge you. Jiang Hao stepped into the air and left. Before he left, he smiled faintly. "Don't follow me or else I'll kill you." After he left, a figure appeared in the void. Yang Qing glanced at the corpses on the ground, then looked in the direction that Jiang Hao had left. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. "Grandpa, should I go?" At this moment, Yang Qing was no longer as high-spirited and arrogant as he used to be. His father had died early, his ancestor had fallen, his grandfather had died in battle, and his second grandfather had been killed. There were also a few uncles who had died in the boundary zone. Now, in the huge Yang family, he was the only high-ranked. "Should I go?" Yang Qing mumbled to himself. Could he go? The elders who were on good terms with the Yang family had told him not to think about revenge. Yang He and Yang Feng were killed because they had committed a taboo, a huge taboo. Attacking Fong Ping in the youth tournament was a slap in the face to the Pluto King and King Wu. MCMAU was under the jurisdiction of King Wu. The top elite school was actually also King Wu's trump card. Yang He had attacked Fong Ping. If he did not die, then so be it. If he died on the spot, then there was nothing to say. Revenge. Yang Qing was a rank 7. How could he take revenge? There were families in suppressing Star City that were on good terms with the Yang family. Some were even relatives. However, this matter involved 2 powerhouses at the pinnacle, and it might even involve suppressing Heavenly King. Who would take such a risk for the Yang family's matter? There was no hope for revenge. The family was declining. These days, Yang Qing was at a loss and very lonely. In the past, he did not need to consider anything at all. It was enough as long as he improved his strength. Now he had too much to consider. There were still many people in the Yang family. He was also the current head of the Yang family. In the past, he could wander around without any worries. Now he had to be cautious with every step. Grandpa, what should I do? This is the only chance to kill him. Now that the rank 6 region is in turmoil, the restricted area martial artists and people like Jiang are all preparing to go. Where should I go? The King battleground is not controlled by the pinnacle. If I kill him here, no one will know that I did it. Even if someone guessed that it was me without evidence, they can't do anything to me. But at this moment, Yang Qing was in a dilemma. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Qing's eyes were blood red like an injured beast. He said in a low, mournful voice, but he killed Cousin Feng, his teacher. Killed second grandpa. He did it on purpose. He wanted to kill them on purpose. The elder ancestor has fallen. You, grandpa, are also dead. He bullied the Yang family, and no one can take revenge. He relied on his great talent and the pinnacle to think highly of him, and scrupulously he schemed against second grandpa and the others. Grandpa, did you hear that? After this, he will enter rank 7. Qing heir can no longer take revenge. Grandpa. At this moment, Yang Qing's eyes showed despair. If he did not kill him this time, there would be no more chances. Fang Ping. Yang Qing growled in a low voice. In the next moment, his figure moved, flying toward the boundary wall. The restricted area rank 7 had entered. Next, the rank 6 region would definitely erupt into a chaotic battle. If he took the opportunity to kill Fang Ping and return to the rank 7 region, who would know that he was the one who did it? Moreover, he did not believe some of the things that the Martial King said. The Martial King had sent someone to tell him that the elder ancestors' remains were not obtained by Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping was a member of the Martial King's bloodline. Could it be that the Martial King did not have it just because he said so? Even if the elder ancestors' remains are not with Fang Ping, I still have to kill him. An eye for an eye. Fang Ping killed his family. The Yang family's only rank, 8 Golden Body, died because of him. If he did not take revenge, how could he be at ease? Chapter 579. Rank 6 Domain. The forest from before had long disappeared. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others had revealed themselves. Li Hansong and the others were extremely vigilant as they patrolled the surroundings. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, kept his eyes on Fang Ping. Once he was done, he would take a few bites of the energy fruit. After some time, Jiang Chao could not help but ask, Fang Ping, are you hurt? This fellow isn't injured. Now, however, Fang Ping had been sitting there for an entire day without moving. His eyes were staring at the sky. What was he looking at? Fang Ping, who had been silent all this while, replied with a straight face, I'm observing the Tao. Observe the Tao? Observe the Tao of origin. Fang Ping said in a low voice. In the sky above the energy flow is where the chaos origin path of the imperial battleground is located. Through the phenomenon to see the essence. I am currently observing the Tao of origin here. No matter how chaotic the origin path was, it was still the martial Tao's origin path. Heavenly King, subduing, had taken the second path, and there were tens of thousands of paths to the origin Tao here. Back then, the number of martial artists who walked their own Tao paths that died was equivalent to the number of origin Taos in this place. In the end, all the Taos merged into one, forming the chaotic origin Taos. As he said that, Fang Ping mumbled, I'm thinking, the Tao of 10,000 Taos becoming one. Is it Instructor Li's Tao, or is it the Tao of chaos here? Teacher Li's path of martial arts had severed all other paths. There was only one path. As for this chaos essence Tao, isn't it another Tao? It isn't a hybrid, but a new Tao. How complicated. Jiang Chao was dumbfounded when he heard that. He said with a headache, It's too profound. I don't really understand. Fang Ping, you're only a rank 6, and you've already started researching this? Middle-ranked martial artists should not worry about how to walk the path of martial arts. Middle-ranked martial artists just had to cultivate step by step. Even if he had reached the 7th or 8th rank, there was no need to be too concerned. Only a rank 9 was truly involved in these matters. Of course, peak rank 8 martial artists had also begun to explore, but they were still far from Fang Ping. Fang Ping had nothing better to do, so he sat here for an entire day just to study this. Also, you can see through the chaotic energy layer. In the king battlefield, the closest layer between the sky and the ground was a chaotic flow of energy. Above the flow of energy was the chaotic and incomparably powerful origin path. Beyond that, no one had ever been there before. Perhaps it was the world barrier of the outside world. The king battlefield was like an upside-down bowl. The boundary wall sealed off the king battlefield. As for whether there was something else between the world wall and the chaos origin road, no one knew. All the cultivators who had recklessly barged into the region where the chaos origin road was located had died. Even at the peak, there was no need to challenge it. As soon as one entered, one would be attacked by the Das of Essence. Fang Ping glanced at him and said casually, Is rank 8 very far away from me? The moment these words came out, Jiang Chao wanted to say something, but hesitated. He was speechless. Was rank 8 far from Fang Ping? It didn't seem too far away. Most importantly, we're in the king battlefield. You're doing nothing but observing the Tao here. Are you bored? If he really had nothing to do, he could kill a few people and steal some stuff. Fang Ping did not explain. He continued to stare at the sky. Observing the Tao was pure nonsense. But if he were to just sit here, he had to find something to do, a reason to do so. As for whether the others believed him or not, that was not within Fang Ping's consideration. However, this time the upgrade was really slow. The last time the upgrade took an entire day. This time, Fang Ping guessed that it might take 2 days. It was already the night of the 6th now. He had been sitting here since the night of the 5th. I'm afraid I'll have to sit here until tomorrow. Fang Ping followed the chaotic energy flow and looked toward the direction where it was even more chaotic. That was the inner area. Everyone else should have gone to the inner area now, right? There were not many good things in the outer area. Or perhaps it had been swept clean a long time ago. Even if the terrain had changed, as far as Fang Ping knew, places with really good things would rarely appear in the outer area. To put it bluntly, places sealed by powerhouses might have interfered with the changes in the terrain. The stronger the powerhouse sealed the area, the more stable the terrain was. Some places would not even change at all, like the rank 9 area. Some of the palaces had always been there. There was no other reason. The force that changed the terrain here could not affect those areas. If some areas did not change, it meant that the powerhouses had made their graves for themselves. There would definitely be good things there. I wonder what new functions will appear after the system upgrade this time. A big move that can unleash a pinnacle strike, or an invisibility spell, or something like the 72 transformations, making me small so I can crawl into other people's stomachs and kill people. Fang Ping's imagination ran wild. Of course, he knew that these were all just his imagination. According to the system's nature, it was almost impossible for it to give him these. The current Fang Ping had some understanding of this. What the system gave him seemed to be related to martial arts cultivation. Hiding one's aura and disguising are all forms of protection for martial artists. The conversion of celestiality is to give me more powerful attack power. Storage space is probably a necessity for powerhouses. What the hell is the system? The improvement of mentality and vitality force is essentially to make me stronger. Or, in other words, all the functions are to make me stronger. No, the system is just a name I gave myself. This thing is actually just a few lines of data. Fong Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, if there were new functions, it was more likely to make him stronger. The current him, what kind of functions could be added to make him stronger? Just like that, Fong Ping sat in this area for 2 days and 2 nights. In these 2 days and 2 nights, he did not see any outsiders. This area seemed to have become a no man's land. Even the group of monsters that surrounded them before had disappeared. Perhaps they had gone in search of prey. On the night of the 7th, Fong Ping's expression changed. It was done. What did I add? Fong Ping could not wait any longer. He started checking hurriedly. Wealth, 100 million points. Conversion, vitality, 9,620 calories, 9,633 calories. Mentality, 1,400 hertz, 1,469 hertz. Destructive force. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 100 cubic meters plus. Energy shield, 1 point/minute plus, or a simulation, 10 point/minute plus. What the hell? Fong Ping was dumbfounded. What was going on? 1 trillion wealth points had become 100 million. What did this mean? 10,000 wealth points had become 1 point. Was this a conversion of new data? All right, Fong Ping was not too concerned about this, because the consumption of these functions of the energy shield had also changed accordingly. There were no changes. The only thing Fong Ping knew was that the system was probably going to deduct from him. In the future, if he earned less than 10,000, would it not calculate the accounts? But it did not matter. Was anything less than 10,000 considered money? That's not right either. Fong Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. In the past, to increase mentality and vitality, 1,000 wealth points were enough. Looking at the current situation, at least 1 point would be the starting point. That was the previous 10,000. Could it be that recovery now would increase the consumption of wealth points? The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. The system would not be so fraudulent, would it? Seeing that he was rich, it would raise the price? After trying out, Fong Ping frowned slightly. He did not know if the upgrade this time was good or bad. The increase in vitality did not change. 1 point of wealth could recover 10 calories, but the increase in mentality, 1 point was actually only 1 hertz. Why is that? Fong Ping's head hurt. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Could it be that the system could not make ends meet because the number of times he self-destructed mentality had increased? Previously, when his mentality was heavily damaged, the consumption increased greatly. It was 100 times more than usual. This meant that the difficulty of recovering mentality had increased. Now, the normal recovery was 10 times higher than before. Could it be that it was affected by the previous incident? Fong Ping thought about this and did not continue thinking about it. He looked at the new row of numbers again. Destructive energy. What's this? Still a question mark. What's going on now? This time, other than the change in the conversion of the data, the only thing that was new was this destructive energy. However, Fong Ping had no idea what this thing was for. His head hurt. He was in a dilemma. Beside him, Jiang Chao, who was about to doze off, saw Fong Ping's chameleon behavior. He yawned and said, "What's wrong? Did you gain something from the observation?" "No, cough, cough, of course." Fong Ping gave a perfunctory reply, his brows still tightly knitted. Should he try it out? Sometimes, in situations where he did not understand, it was not good to experiment blindly. This was the battlefield of kings. It would not be good if something went wrong with the experiment. Destructive energy, Fong Ping muttered to himself. What was this thing, exactly? Alas, just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chao looked at him in surprise and said, You don't tell me you've recovered your memory? What? Fong Ping was even more surprised than him. What did he mean? The power of destruction. Jiang Chao asked. You were talking about this just now, right? Fong Ping's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, That's right. Why? You know about destructive energy? I've heard people mention it a few times, Jiang Chao said, chuckling, and said, Actually, it's imperishable matter. Destructive energy is an ancient name. In the past, I think the old ancestor mentioned this once. Imperishable matter is actually a modern name. The reason why it's called that is because the cultivation environment of modern martial artists is worse than in the past. It's harder than before. Everyone uses imperishable matter as a restorative energy. That's why it's called imperishable matter. In fact, the old ancestor said that a long time ago imperishable matter was used as an offensive energy. You also know that when rank 8 golden body powerhouses attack, imperishable matter is integrated into their attacks. Their attack power is actually stronger. This kind of power is called destructive energy. It's a sublimation of power. After integrating vitality force and mentality force, it becomes celestiality. Destructive energy can be regarded as imperishable matter. It can also be regarded as a sublimation power that is formed after imperishable matter is integrated with other forces. Having said that, Jiang Chao asked curiously, Have you regained your memory? While he was speaking, the others also walked over one after another. Li Hansong said somewhat excitedly, Fong Ping, you have regained your memory. Fong Ping's gaze kept changing. Jiang Chao said with a serious expression, Otherwise, you probably don't know this ancient name. Even the people in Star Town don't use this ancient name now. Because as the difficulty of modern martial artists' cultivation increases, everyone no longer treats this kind of power as an offensive energy. Fong Ping said suddenly, Wait, you said that the difficulty of modern martial artists' cultivation increases? That can't be right. According to what I know, modern martial artists' cultivation should be easier. Of course, I've guessed before whether ancient martial artists have mentality cultivation methods, but I can't tell yet. How can you be sure that modern martial artists' cultivation is harder? Jiang Chao shrugged. How would I know? My old ancestor said it. But if you say that, it means that you haven't regained your memory. Then, how do you know about destructive energy? Why do you care how I know? Fong Ping could not be bothered with him and fell into deep thought. Was the power of destruction an indestructible substance? In Fong Ping's original impression, he had always equated imperishable substance and life essence. To him, this was a kind of restorative substance and energy. But now, Jiang Chao said that this was an offensive energy. Thinking about it carefully, it did not seem wrong. When rank 8 golden body martial artists fought with the enemy and integrated imperishable substance, they could indeed make themselves stronger. Of course, not many people would do that. The cultivation of imperishable substance was very difficult, and recovery was also very difficult. Most rank 8 and even rank 9 martial artists actually use this as a restorative energy. Fighting would consume a lot of energy. If it was really used up, even rank 8 martial artists could die very easily. Rank 8 powerhouses were strong in their golden bodies, strong in this kind of immortal energy. Life essence, for example, could be used to restore vitality, but how many people would do that? Life essence could even be used like an energy stone to detonate, but how many people would do that? Life essence, in everyone's eyes, was used for healing and to save lives. It's even harder for modern martial artists to cultivate. The immortal substance that was used for battle in the past has now become a substance that everyone uses for healing, turning a powerful offensive power into a healing substance. Is this considered a regression in martial arts cultivation? No, This only means that for ancient martial artists, the cultivation of imperishable substance is not too difficult. It can even be used as vitality cultivation. Is that so? If imperishable substance was difficult to produce, then ancient martial artists would not use it as an offensive energy. The only thing that could explain the difference between ancient and modern was that ancient martial artists' imperishable substance recovered very quickly. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly asked, "Fatty, do you know how to cultivate imperishable substance?" Jiang Chao nodded. "Of course I know. The cultivation of imperishable substance is actually still related to mentality and vitality. Mentality and vitality are the foundation of all energy, the foundation of a martial artist's strength. This is a martial artist's powerful origin. As for celestiality and imperishable substance, they are all supplementary products. Everything else is built on these two foundations, and it is a new kind of energy that is sublimated. Now, the imperishable substance cultivated by rank 8 powerhouses follows the same principle. When the golden body is successfully forged, if you want to strengthen it, then you must constantly use mentality-vitality fusion to cleanse your golden body. In this process, a wisp of imperishable substance will be born," Fong Ping said in a low voice. "Ancient martial artists must have a mentality cultivation method." "Why?" Before the fatty could finish, Fong Ping said impatiently, "Are you really stupid or just pretending to be? If not, who would use imperishable substance for combat? The reason why ancient martial artists use it as a destructive force without scruples only proves one thing: they can cultivate it quickly. And without mentality cultivation methods, how can they recover quickly?" "No," Fong Ping said suddenly, "maybe it's not a mentality cultivation method, but a mentality-vitality cultivation method." At this moment, Fong Ping was incomparably clear-headed. His eyes were bright as he said, "Ancient martial artists may not cultivate one force at all, but all at the same time. They cultivate mentality-vitality together, unlike us who only cultivate vitality." As he said that, Fong Ping stood up and murmured, 10,000 unification, 10,000 unification. Does Instructor Li have imperishable substance? No, he doesn't. He only wanted to cultivate vitality in the past. He wanted to cultivate vitality according to his old habits and cultivation methods, because everyone was cultivating vitality. They did not even cultivate mentality. But what about him? Is he only missing a cultivation method, an ancient martial artist's cultivation method? If he had that cultivation method, could he cultivate imperishable substance? Maybe his 10,000 unification is the way of cultivation for ancient martial artists. 10,000 unification, vitality fades. If he could continuously cultivate imperishable substance, would his vitality still be fading? If he could produce imperishable substance all the time, when he attacked, would he consume imperishable substance or vitality? Maybe we were wrong from the beginning. The reason why he consumed a large amount of vitality was because he did not have that kind of cultivation method. He could not produce imperishable substance and thus consume vitality. Although Fong Ping's explanation was very complicated, everyone still understood. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "You're saying that 10,000 unification is actually not a dead end. Maybe there are ancient martial artists who are also cultivating." "No, there must be. And there are many of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a few words left." Fong Ping said seriously, "The ancient martial era has already been cut off from us. Logically speaking, these traces should not be left at all. However, the saying of 10,000 unification can still be seen in the ancient books. What does this mean? It means that perhaps in that era, this was not a dead-end cultivation method at all. If it was, is it normal that the common cultivation method of ancient martial artists was not left behind, but this? Just like now, if martial arts are cut off, do you think the methods of honing will be passed down, or some special combat techniques will be passed down? Those that can be passed down must be those common cultivation methods. As soon as these words were said, everyone fell into deep thought. Jiang Chao pinched his chubby cheeks and could not help but say, "According to what you're saying, perhaps 10,000 unification is the most common cultivation method among ancient martial artists." "The possibility is very high," Fang Ping said, "Of course, it might not be so, because 10,000 unification requires a golden body first, and then mentality materialization. However, without mentality materialization, how can one guide the forging of a golden body?" Wang Jinyang pondered and said, "It's hard to say. Maybe the ancient martial arts cultivation method is different from now?" "You said that if mentality-vitality fusion is cultivated together, why won't the golden body and mentality appear at the same time?" "Of course, this is all speculation. Currently, there is no evidence to prove all of this." As Wang Jinyang said that, he suddenly said, "Why did you bring this up out of nowhere?" Fang Ping thought for a while. Suddenly, a faint golden glow appeared in his hand. This time, Li Hansong was completely stunned. After the daze, he was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Fang Ping, you've awakened. As expected, as expected. You said that the stronger the ability, the slower the awakening." Beside him, Old Wang said with a dark expression. He also said that what he awakened was not imperishable substance, but a higher level of strength. Mother asterisk Kerr, why didn't you say that? Just talk about the first part. Fang Ping did not utter a word. Li Hansong immediately helped to explain. He's only rank 6. Maybe the awakened strength is not strong enough. When he reaches rank 7 or 8, maybe he can awaken a higher level of strength. Oh, right, I forgot. He could use celestiality before. I realized that as Fang Ping's ability increases, his control over the awakening of strength is also improving. First, his mentality and vitality force recovered quickly. Then it was celestiality and now the imperishable substance. When he reaches a higher rank, maybe he can awaken a higher level of strength. Maybe when he reaches rank 7, he can recover his origin strength. Doesn't rank 9 cultivate the origin? I think Fang Ping will be able to awaken the origin strength by then. Li Hansong was extraordinarily clear-headed at this time. His words were clear and logical, covering up the loopholes in Fang Ping's deceptive words earlier. When he said that, Old Wang was at a loss. Was that so? It seemed so. As Fang Ping's ability increased, the strength he mastered became more and more advanced. First, it was the basic mentality and vitality force, followed by the celestiality that only rank 7 could master, and now it was the imperishable substance, which was also the destructive power. What next? Would it be the origin strength next? Fang Ping was really awakening continuously. He was more like a resurrected martial artist than them, because Old Wang realized that their awakening ability had been the same from the beginning. Only Fang Ping was like a powerhouse who was awakening continuously. Is it because he was stronger in his past life? Or is it because he is the only one who has awakened completely, while we are only part of it? At this moment, Wang Jinyang could not help but have this thought. At this moment, Wang Jinyang's gaze was extremely complicated. Have you recovered your memories? People like us might not be able to recover our memories because there are very few awakening abilities. Maybe we died completely, leaving behind only the strongest abilities from our past lives. What about Fang Ping? Fang Ping might not be the kind of person who died completely in his past life. He still has all his things and abilities, and he will be resurrected once again. Old Wang did not say a word, his expression extremely complicated. Li Hansong was extremely excited. Fang Ping might be the first among them to completely resurrect. Could everything in his past life be solved? Yao Qingjuan's expression kept changing. Was Celestial Emperor really him? Beside him, Jiang Chao looked around, feeling a little depressed. These fellows weren't normal. At this moment, Li Hansong seemed to have realized something and suddenly exclaimed, Fang Ping is really more powerful than us. He can actively control the imperishable substance. Old Wang, it's not passive. As soon as he said this, Wang Jinyang suddenly sighed. I realized, one passive, one active. Actually, it had already explained a lot. The biggest point proved that Fang Ping's control of power in his past life should be stronger than theirs. Even if he was resurrected, he could still completely control his own power. Celestial Emperor. At this moment, this thought arose in their minds. As for Fang Ping, he was shocked. He was not shocked by the imperishable substance, but by Iron Head's ability to say it. I haven't even said anything. You've already filled in the blanks that I haven't thought of, that I don't know how to say. Don't stop me. This time, I must give Iron Head an award. He tried to bluff Old Wang and the rest, but now it was almost impossible to bluff them. However, once Iron Head said these words, let's see. Would Old Wang want to kneel before him and worship the emperor? Fang Ping looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Really? Other than some nonsense in the beginning. I didn't say anything else after that. Chapter 580. Fang Ping patted Iron Head. This time he was really speechless. Iron Head, you might kill me in the future. But remember, you'll probably be killed by Old Wang and the rest first. So if you're killed, they'll probably be appeased. In other words, when you're exposed one day, they'll kill you and everything will be fine. Li Hansong grinned, smiling happily. He did not think too much about it. He was just excited. Fang Ping was resurrected again. At this moment, Li Hansong did not have any doubts. He did not have any unnecessary thoughts. Everything he knew was either told by Fang Ping or experienced personally. How could it be fake? Fang Ping did not care about the two idiots anymore. Instead, he looked away deep in thought. The destructive force was a bunch of question marks. This meant that he did not have the foundation to create the imperishable substance. Was that so? Was it because the golden body was incomplete? The creation of the imperishable substance should be related to the golden body. Furthermore, the power of destruction was singled out. Did this mean that the power of destruction was a power that was different from mental strength and vital energy? As for celestiality, celestiality was not listed separately. Did this mean that celestiality was just a transitional power? The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more he felt that it contained too many things. Nowadays, rank 7 and 8 powerhouses were using celestiality, including rank 9 powerhouses. Rank 9 powerhouses could actually use the power of origin. However, not every rank 9 had this kind of power. Moreover, rank 9 martial artists valued their own origin very much. Usually they would not reveal it. What is the cultivation path of ancient martial artists? The essence of cultivation for ancient and modern martial artists should be the same. However, the final path might be different. Maybe when ancient martial artists reach rank 8, they don't use celestiality anymore, because the destructive force is stronger. Also, what about materialized objects? If they reach that level and don't use celestiality anymore, will the materialized objects be another way of fighting? Countless thoughts rose in Fang Ping's mind. This change in name and the different use of power made him think too much. Of course, more importantly, the bit of imperishable substance had actually consumed 1,000 points of his wealth. Was this a joke? This was too expensive. The current 1,000 points were equivalent to 10 million in the past. 10 million in exchange for this little bit of imperishable substance? Fang Ping guessed that since the imperishable substance was an offensive energy, it should also have a unit of measurement. But now, he didn't seem to have heard of it. He didn't know if it was because people didn't use it much, but modern martial artists didn't care much about it. The little bit he had just condensed was equivalent to the imperishable substance produced by a rank 8 martial artist after cultivating for a long time. Fang Ping could not bear to waste it. He integrated the imperishable substance into his flesh. His flesh became slightly stronger. However, to Fang Ping, his current physique was already extremely strong. Now that he could actually feel his strength, it was terrifying. It was no wonder that the imperishable substance could strengthen the golden body. No, its essence is offensive power. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly realized the imperishable substance was not used for healing, nor was it used to strengthen the golden body. It was used for attacking, and it was called the power of destruction. Suddenly, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. The next moment, a golden glow condensed in Fang Ping's hand. Boom! Fang Ping threw a punch, and the ground cracked. So powerful! Fang Ping's face was full of shock. The others were also dumbfounded. A huge crater appeared on the ground. This was even more powerful than the explosive force of celestiality. Seeing that, Wang Jinyang asked hurriedly, "Is the burden on the body a lot?" "Yes," Fang Ping answered. Then he said joyfully, "It doesn't matter if it's a lot or not. I feel that using the imperishable substance to fight seems to be increasing the strength of my flesh as I fight. Interesting, really interesting. If I use celestiality to fight, it will only hurt me and not help me. If I use the imperishable substance to fight, I can reforge myself in the midst of destruction and be reborn in the midst of destruction. The power of destruction." Fang Ping murmured. "So that was it, that was it." Fang Ping suddenly put on a straight face and said, "The power of destruction has healing effects. In my opinion, it's not really for martial artists to heal their wounds, but to make martial artists fight continuously. This is actually a kind of power that was born specifically for fighting. As for the origin power cultivated by rank 9 martial artists, I guess maybe the origin power is not used for fighting. Origin power, maybe the origin is a kind of realization, an analysis of the path. When martial artists fight, they actually use the power of destruction. This won't do. I have to ask when I get back whether the combat power unleashed by the power of destruction is stronger, or the destructive power unleashed by the origin power is stronger. I'm also confused now. I keep feeling that the martial arts path that the people of today and the people of the past might be very different. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought. Jiang Chao, however, said with a blank look, "Guys, that this is the battlefield of kings. Although it's very impressive that you can use the imperishable substance, that shouldn't get back to the main topic?" He was speechless. Are you guys starting to discuss the difference between modern and ancient martial arts? If the people in front of him were at the pinnacle, he thought that it would not be a problem. But you guys are only rank 6. Could it be that the future big shots are different from the others, starting to analyze the path after reaching the pinnacle when they are still weak? Jiang Chao did not know whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that the big shots were big shots, even if they were in the future. The sad thing is that you can't talk anymore. I think I'm going to collapse soon. Fang Ping ignored him, but he still said to the others, "We don't need to stay here anymore. Come, let's go to the inner circle. I need to fight, keep fighting." At this moment, Fang Ping's fighting spirit was at its peak. Martial artists were born to fight. Destructive force was also the kind that would sublimate in battle. Every time he fought, he could increase his body's strength, making him stronger as he fought. When rank 8 martial artists cultivate to rank 9, some people improve very quickly, while others improve very slowly. Maybe it has something to do with the intensity of the battle. The more a martial artist dares to risk his life, the faster he improves. Old Wu dares to fight. Every time he fights, he exhausts his imperishable substance, so he gets stronger the more he fights. Of course, if he does not have life essence to replenish himself, he might encounter a huge problem. However, if he has a mentality cultivation method, he can produce imperishable substance continuously. Then this problem will not exist. Rank 8 martial artists have a flaw. The imperishable substance is consumed quickly and recovered slowly. This is the only flaw. Human martial artists all have this flaw, including the catacombs martial artists. Ancient martial artists are not like this. What happened back then that caused such an important cultivation method to be lost? Fong Ping was now very sure that there was definitely a mentality cultivation method back then. This was the difference between the current martial artists and ancient martial artists. With the mental energy cultivation method, everything would be different. There would be more high-ranked martial artists, and high-ranked martial artist battles would be more unrestrained, more violent, and longer. When that time came, everyone would really dare to fight, and everyone would definitely fight. Where are the lost cultivation methods? Do they exist in the bounded domain? Do they exist in the king's battleground? This time, Fong Ping really had a great interest in these ancient ruins. He was not like before, only concerned about wealth. Maybe he was really wrong. Wealth was not the foundation. The foundation was still those ancient cultivation methods. Maybe it's not that no one has discovered it. Someone has discovered this important flaw. The paragons and grandmasters have been studying it since a long time ago. LV Zhen is also one of them. When they know that human cultivation methods have a huge flaw, they might be willing to do anything in order to obtain the cultivation methods. LV Zhen might have really gone to the bounded domain. Could it be that the Yang family's old ancestor went to the bounded domain for this too? If so, could it be that even the paragons don't have such a cultivation method? There shouldn't be. If there is, why didn't they pass it down? Fong Ping felt that he could not think about it anymore. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Sooner or later, I will know everything. Go. Fong Ping did not think about it anymore. With a loud shout, he took the flight step and went straight to the inner area. This time, he wanted to sublimate in battle. Maybe his opportunity to break through rank 7 was in battle. Rank 6 inner area. Feng Yexing's expression was gloomy. He looked at Ji Yao and the rest who were not far away and shouted angrily, "We discovered this place first. Ji Yao, don't go too far." Childish. Ji Yao said lightly, "Get lost. This place belongs to me now." At this moment, there was a majestic and magnificent ancient building in front of them. In the king's battleground, ancient buildings meant opportunities and opportunities. Breakthroughs were usually completed in such ancient buildings. The more intact the building was, the greater the opportunity and the more benefits. Feng Yexing brought people to look for Fong Ping and the rest. In the end, after searching for 2 days, they did not find Fong Ping and the rest. However, their luck was not bad. They found other resurrected martial artists here. And these resurrected martial artists actually found a relatively well-preserved ancient building. Who knew that just as they arrived, Ji Yao and the rest also arrived. This time, Feng Yexing almost vomited blood. His current mentality had not reached the stage of materialization. The gap was not small. Perhaps this time he could break through to commander level. However, now that Ji Yao and the rest were here, how could he enter? The key was not just this. This ancient building had a seal. If there was a seal, then it had to be opened. In the king's battleground, there were 3 types of seals. The first type, catacombs martial artists could enter. The second type, human martial artists could enter. The third type, whoever entered would die. Not every powerhouse would want to be skinned alive after their death. This place could only be entered by resurrected martial artists. Coincidentally, there were many resurrected martial artists here. He did not have to wait for them to come out to intercept and kill them. When the resurrected martial artists entered, these seals would be broken. Now he just had to wait for the resurrected martial artists to open it. Even if these guys were unwilling and some of them were crippled, throwing them in would be the same. However, now that Ji Yao and the rest were here, and the other party had many people, how could they fight? Give it to Ji Yao? What a joke! If Ji Yao really broke through to commander level, she would turn around and kill him. Now, even if the other party had many people, they did not attack him. That was because he and Ji Yao were of noble status. The others might not dare to kill them. Ji Yao and he were about the same. If the two of them fought, there might not be a winner. However, if Ji Yao broke through and killed him, then there would be no problem. No matter how displeased Wang Zu was, he could not do anything to Ji Yao. Her grandfather was also a top-notch powerhouse. Not just her grandfather. Ji Yao's identity was not as simple as being the descendant of a true king. She was even more noble. Feng Niexing's expression was ugly. He said coldly, "Ji Yao, the matters of the elders are in the past. Besides, it has nothing to do with you and me. Even they are not fighting for this anymore. Why must you make things difficult for me?" Ji Yao said casually, "Feng Niexing, the strong are respected. I am stronger than you, and Destiny Royal Court is stronger than you. That is enough. Get out of the way, or I will kill you now." Feng Niexing's eyes were cold. He did not move, nor did he reply. Get out of the way? How could he get out of the way? At the same time, the two sides faced off. Actually, there was a third party present. In a corner of the building, Du Hong and the rest had ugly expressions. Their luck was terrible. For the past few days, they either did not encounter any catacombs martial artists, or they encountered a large group of them. It was really a large group. When he saw Feng Niexing's group, he almost broke down. 50 to 60 people. These people did not split up to look for opportunities, but gathered together. But that wasn't all. Before he could recover from his shock, another large group of people arrived. 150 to 60 people. A few days ago, they did not encounter a single one. Now, when they encountered one, it was a dead end. More than 200 powerhouses. Among them, there were 5 to 6 rank 7. How could they fight? On their side, they had some gains in the past few days. Li Yiming was lucky. He had encountered a place of opportunity and completed the mentality-vitality fusion transformation. Even so, it was only 2 mentality-vitality fusion. How many people were there on the other side? More than 40 people. In the crowd, Li Yiming's expression kept changing. He looked at the others and signaled with his eyes. Du Hong's fingers moved slightly, indicating that they should not act rashly. At this moment, the Monster Plants and Monster Life Royal Court were facing each other. They did not care about them for the time being. However, they were the key to opening this place. Once they moved, these two parties would definitely attack them. Du Hong's only prayer now was that these two parties would fight for real. Only in a chaotic battle would they have a chance to escape. Just as Du Hong and the rest were looking for a chance to escape, Ji Yao became impatient. The ferocious tiger beneath her suddenly roared loudly. Ji Yao snorted coldly. Feng Niexing, I'll say it again. Get lost. Feng Niexing continued to remain silent. Ji Yao's face was full of impatience. She looked at Du Hong and the rest and said, You, kill Feng Niexing. Leave one person behind to open the ruins for me. The rest can leave alive. As soon as she said this, Du Hong and the rest's expressions changed again. This woman from Monster Life Royal Court had a good idea. However, there were a few rank 7s on Feng Niexing's side. How could they have the ability to kill them? Just as Du Hong was thinking about this, Ji Yao suddenly said, Commander Level will help you block them. From wanting to attack Feng Niexing and the rest, she was now helping them and staying out of it. In just a few short sentences, the situation had become complicated. Ji Yao said no more. Beside her, the armored woman shouted coldly, Listen to orders! His Highness said that he would let you go. Naturally, he will not break his promise. You and Sky Plant's Royal Court are enemies. Your people have killed hundreds of their people. If you don't attack, Feng Niexing will not let you go. As soon as she said this, Du Hong was a little confused. Our people killed hundreds of their people. Are you talking about all these years? But it makes sense. Monster Plants, Royal Court, and humans are enemies. Both sides have been killing each other. When they meet in the king's battleground, they will also kill each other. In total, they have killed more than 100 people. However, at this time, if they were to attack so many people, it would also be a dead end. Sino Nation came with 12 people. Fong Ping and the other 4 disappeared after they came in. Now there were only 7 people. Li Fei was even injured by monsters. Su Zissou could directly ignore 6 people. How could he fight against an enemy that was 10 times his size? The people from Monster Life Royal Court did not have good intentions. It was obvious that they were sending them to their deaths while they sat back and reaped the benefits. What should we do? Li Yiming's expression was ugly. With the current situation, they were in a difficult situation. Du Hong took a deep breath and made another move. Run. Scatter and run. Now this was the only way. Let one of them escape. Otherwise, they would all die. As for fighting with Feng Yexing and the rest, Du Hong had not considered it. Forget about whether they could kill the people from Monster Plant's royal court. Even if they killed some when they were exhausted, they would be at the mercy of others. Just as Du Hong and the rest were about to escape, Feng Yexing, who had not spoken before, suddenly said coldly, "Descendant of Hades, tell me where the descendant of Battle King is, and I can spare your life." Li Yiming harumphed, ignoring him. He was speechless. Motherf asterisk cur, what did he mean by that? Was he not as important as that fatty? Didn't he say that he would only kill him when he came in? Why did he want to find trouble with Fatty now? No, Fatty was not dead yet. When he encountered Feng Yexing and the rest, he thought that Fatty and the rest were dead. Now it seemed that they were not dead yet. Seeing that he did not speak, Feng Yexing shouted again, "Just tell me where the descendant of Battle King is. I'll let whoever tells me first go." At this point, Feng Yexing suddenly turned his head to look at Ji Yao, gritting his teeth. "I can let you have this place, but I must know where the descendant of Battle King is." Ji Yao looked at him for a while, a smile appearing on her cold face. Ignoring him, she looked at Du Hong and the rest and said, "Tell me where the descendant of Battle King is." This was even more interesting. Feng Yexing and the rest were probably killed by the descendant of Battle King. Since the other party wanted to find them, it was better to wait for them to fight to the death. The descendants of Battle King were indeed powerful. She had heard of Jiang Hao from the commander's area. She did not expect that this side was even more ruthless, killing hundreds of Feng Yexing and the rest. This time, both sides joined forces to force the whereabouts of the descendant of Battle King. They even put the ancient buildings aside. The ruins were not urgent, and the breakthrough was not urgent either. One side wanted to kill the descendant of Battle King. The other side wanted to watch the show. It was not a big deal if 1 or 2 of them broke through to rank 7. Du Hong and the rest looked at each other. Su Zissou bit her lip and said in a barely audible voice, "It must be because Big Brother Jiang killed too many of their people. They want to take revenge on Jiang Chao." Both sides were forcing Jiang Chao's whereabouts. In everyone's opinion, they must have been implicated by Jiang Hao. Putting aside the fact that they did not know where Jiang Chao was, even if they did, they could not say it. If they were alone, they might not be able to withstand the pressure. However, since everyone was here, even a bloody battle could not be said. Otherwise, the Paragon Patriarch would personally kill the traitor. "Are you not willing to say it?" Feng Yexing sneered. "Then you're digging your own grave." "Ji Yao, I'll leave the leader to you. He can help you open the ruins. I'll take care of the rest." Ji Yao ignored him and looked at Du Hong and the rest again. She said lightly, "Why do you have to dig your own grave? Tell him that they might not be a match for the descendant of Battle King. As long as you tell him, I'll make sure you don't die." These people were too weak. They were not much of a threat to Feng Yexing. What she wanted to see was a clash between the descendants of Battle King and Feng Yexing. Du Hong and the rest pretended not to hear Ji Yao's words. Nonsense. If they really knew Fatty's whereabouts and told them, there were a few rank 7s among them, and they might not even be a match for Fatty. Du Hong could not be bothered to say anything else. The people from the Monster Life dynasty were obviously lying. As for making sure that they would be spared, that was even more of a lie. Do you really think we're that stupid? Du Hong's vitality was already raging. He was ready to fight to the death. If he died, then so be it. He would kill a few before he died, just as Du Hong and the rest were ready to fight to the death. Less than 500 meters away from them, behind a boulder, Fong Ping set up a mentality barrier. Jiang Chao's expression was ugly. Mother asterisk her, I'm taking the blame for my pervert again. These guys want to kill me so badly. No wonder the pervert told me to hide for a month before he came. At this moment, Jiang Chao was extremely depressed. He was also a little relieved. Fortunately, he was with Fong Ping and the rest. Otherwise, would he not be in real danger? These guys were looking for him everywhere. Jiang Chao was also extremely depressed. Fong Ping had killed so many of their people. Why were they looking for him instead of Fong Ping? Of course, finding Fong Ping also meant finding him. But the nature was different. This meant that the other party had found them. If Fong Ping and the rest split up and ran away with him, he might be hunted down. But Fong Ping and the rest would not be hunted down. Jiang Chao was depressed. Fong Ping, on the other hand, thought of something. He said calmly, Now you know the benefits of following us, right? Your big brother has made too many enemies for you. You have enemies everywhere. Fatty, why don't I take the blame for you while the other party still doesn't know our identities? What? You're too weak, and you've used up your ultimate move. Before we came in, I already said that I would save your life. I, Fong Ping, am not an ungrateful person. They don't know our specific identities. I'm pretending to be you, and you're pretending to be me. Naturally, they'll only target me. Jiang Chao was stunned. Fong Ping was too righteous. This was really a fatal disaster, and he was willing to take the blame for it? Fong Ping, this. Jiang Chao did not know what to say at that moment. His expression was very complicated. I only wanted to use you, to get close to you. I didn't give you any benefits. If you do this, I can't take it. This favor is too great. Fong Ping said seriously, Don't think too much. I'm not doing this for you. I'm just following my own heart. If it were someone else, I would do the same. Martial artists, the strong hold up the sky for the weak. You're weak, I'm strong. That's my responsibility. Li Hansong's face was full of admiration. He gritted his teeth and said, Fong Ping, let me do it. You have a more important responsibility. Don't. Fong Ping smiled. Are you my opponent? As he said that, Fong Ping smiled. All right, everyone stop fighting. From this moment on, I'm Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao. Fong Ping looked at Jiang Chao and said seriously, You're Fong Ping now. If I really die here and you get out alive, ask Senior Warlord to take care of my family. Jiang Chao's eyes were red. We're just acquaintances. You don't have to do this. With a friend like Fong Ping, a brother like him, it was no wonder that he could recruit ruthless people like Li Hansong. For his brother, or even for someone he was not familiar with, he was willing to sacrifice himself. A person like this was worthy of being called a leader. Fong Ping, I'm sorry, Jiang Chao was ashamed. I'm too weak and I'm afraid of death. I don't dare to say that I'm Warlord's descendant because I really can't fight back. Fong Ping patted his shoulder and chuckled. Warlord is willing to do anything for humanity. Moreover, we're enemies. Why do you have to act like a little girl? Whether I'm Fong Ping or Jiang Chao, I'm here to kill them. It's just a title. Why bother? You're my brother for sure. Jiang Chao's expression was solemn. Then he said more seriously, I'm sorry I'm too weak. But I promise if anything happens to you, your family, Fong Ping's family will be my family. If I don't die, I'll definitely help you take care of them. Even if I provoke the Paragon, even if I have to kowtow until my head breaks, I'll ask my elder ancestor to step in. Fong Ping smiled and patted him on the shoulder again. Fatty, this is what you said. You also said that we'll change our names. In the future, cough, we'll still have to silence them. Chapter 581. Behind the boulder. Fong Ping settled the others down. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd not far away. This was not going to be easy. There were too many people. Also, the people from Monster Life Royal Court were here too. This was going to be even more difficult. Do I have to shout that Jiang Chao is here and lure them away? The key is, can Du Hong and the others escape? Fong Ping wanted to make a move now because he wanted to save them. If he did not make a move, Du Hong and the others would probably be wiped out. It was fine if he did not have the ability, but if he had the ability, he could still help. I'm going back. Should I charge them? We'll see. Forget about Du Hong, this pauper. I'll look at the others. Fong Ping had many thoughts in his mind. Could he get a few rank 9 divine weapons for saving his life? Forget it. These guys might not be worth that much money. Rank 7s might not be a problem, but I have a lot of rank 7s. Who cares? However, Du Hong and the others might not survive. Currently, there were 5 rank 7 martial artists on both sides. I can't fall into the encirclement, or I'll be finished. I'll kill one of them quickly, then escape and lead them in circles. This is the only way to save them. I am too kind. Fong Ping was once again touched by his own kindness and benevolence. This time, it was really to save people. Otherwise, he could have worn them down in the dark. Du Hong, Li Yiming, you all owe me your lives. Fong Ping decided that he was only responsible for luring these people away. As for whether Monster Life Royal Court would be lured away, he did not know. Du Hong and the others could only pray for themselves. He stared at Feng Nieshing and the others. Fong Ping scanned them one by one. He seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took off his armor and changed into a new one. Among the crowd, there was someone who had changed into the same style as his. However, the other party was from Monster Life Royal Court. Fong Ping saw this and immediately took off the monster plant symbol on his armor. Then his aura changed, quickly becoming the aura of the Monster Life Royal Court martial artist, wearing the same style of armor. If I go out now, everyone will probably be at a loss, right? Fong Ping grinned, then quickly covered his face with a helmet. Although the Monster Life Royal Court martial artist did not have a helmet, it did not matter. In front, Feng Nieshing sneered and gradually surrounded Du Hong and the rest. Du Hong and the rest also had tragic looks on their faces. They were just fighting to the death. At this moment, a figure shot out from the back of the Demon Life Royal Court. The rank 7 experts reacted instantly. However, the rank 7 experts from the Demon Life Royal Court were slightly surprised and stopped what they were doing. Why did Hu Ji rush out from behind? At this moment, both rank 7s had some strange thoughts. Hu Ji's speed was so fast. Why did Hu Ji rush out? Jiao also turned her head to look, and an afterimage flashed before her eyes. Ji Yao had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Hu Ji didn't seem quite right. No, it's not that there's something wrong with Hu Ji. What was wrong? What was the problem? This thought rose in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Ji Yao's expression changed drastically. Tiger Ji. 2 Tiger Ji. Hu Ji's aura was still in the crowd behind her. She finally knew what was wrong. Martial artist's reaction speed was not slow. Ji Yao reacted, and so did the 2 rank 7s in the team. An armored martial artist in the team, on the other hand, looked dazed and confused. The martial artist who rushed past him just now was so familiar that he thought he was dreaming. The powerhouses reacted, but it was too late. At this moment, Hu Ji's figure was extremely fast. In a flash, he had already arrived at the Monster Plant's royal court. Kagu! Even though everyone in the Monster Plant's royal court was prepared, they were still stunned by the other party's audacity. An advanced warlord martial artist single-handedly killed his way to the royal court? This guy must be out of his mind. The 3 rank, 7 powerhouses roared angrily and released their mentality instantly. The 3 of them could kill the other party in an instant. If he did not die, he would not be able to attack. Feng Yeshing was so angry that his face turned purple. This was too much. This which was too much. He had already given up the ruins and only wanted to resurrect the martial artist. This which actually let others provoke him. This was too much. When Brother Wang and the rest arrive, they will definitely kill all of you. Bastard, you deserve to die. Feng Yeshing was furious. He did not even look at the advanced, warlord martial artist who was rushing over. Instead, he stared at Ji Yao and the rest cautiously, letting an advanced warlord provoke us. Could it be that she wanted us to kill him and give her an excuse to attack us? What was this witch thinking? If you really wanted to attack us, why did you have to find such a lame excuse? Woman. At this moment, Feng Yeshing could not help but feel a sense of disdain. Too childish, too stupid. There was no other reason for you to do this other than to let us kill people. As for attacking them, they were here anyway. They could not just run away now, right? The halberd in Feng Yeshing's hand swallowed and emitted light. He glared at Ji Yao. At most, they would fight. On the other hand, Ji Yao could not remain calm at this moment. Her little mouth was slightly agape. Her face was full of confusion. What exactly happened? Who was the real Hu Ji? She did not have time to be confused. Just as they were thinking about it, before they could even speak, Hu Ji shouted Kago, the Changdao in his hand emitting a brilliant light. As for the mentality deterrence that the 3 powerhouses had temporarily released, it had almost no effect on Fang Ping, whose mentality was the same rank or even stronger than theirs. His mentality was stronger than these fellows who had just broken through. It was not an attack from a materialized object. Would a little deterrence be enough to intimidate him? If the 3 of them wanted to suppress Fang Ping, they had to unleash their materialized objects to have the ability to do so. Uft! With a swing of the saber, a peak rank 6 martial artist's head fell off in a daze. Before he died, this martial artist only had one thought. 3 great chieftains had attacked, and the opponent was an advanced warlord. How could he behead me with one slash? Not only did this fellow die unjustly, but the 3 great chieftains were also stunned. While they were in a daze, Hu Ji's saber shadow was like light, flashing past at the speed of light, killing 3 people in a row. Kill him! Feng Yeshing was furious. Not only was he angry, but he was also puzzled. Who was this? One of the witch's men? No, he was not one of the witch's men. That saber was so familiar. He was Jiang Chao. Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Ping leaped into the air, laughing maniacally. Warrior King's descendant, Jiang Chao, is here. This wild roar traveled for miles. In the next moment, Fang Ping roared again. If the monster life royal court dares to interfere, you'll end up like Feng Yeshing. In the time it took to finish his sentence, a faint golden glow erupted from Fang Ping's Changdao. This time, Fang Ping's combat strength soared. In the midst of a roar, he slashed with his saber, and the sky and earth changed color. Bang! This slash slashed in the crowd, killing a few people instantly. Almost none of them had the strength to resist. Not only that, Fang Ping's small town pressed down, not giving anyone time to prepare, exploding with a loud bang. The 3 rank 7 powerhouses, silhouettes trembled slightly, falling from the sky. As for Fang Ping, although his face was deathly pale, his speed was lightning fast. The golden Changdao slashed several times in a row. Rumble. Everything happened unbelievably fast. In the next moment, at the place where 3 celestiality exploded, at the place where a halberd pierced through, Fang Ping's afterimage shattered. He had already appeared 1,000 meters away. Ha ha ha! Feng Yeshing, I've killed hundreds of you, and you still dare to come after me. Come and kill me. Fong Ping laughed maniacally. His voice gradually faded away, but he was still clamoring. Monster Life Royal Court. This is the battle between us humans and the Monster Plants Royal Court. If you dare to interfere, just give it a try. Boom! Before he finished speaking, several celestiality blasted where his feet landed. The void trembled. Feng Yexing's eyes were blood red. He no longer cared about anyone roaring, "After them!" Kill. The people from the Monster Plants Royal Court, the 3 rank 7s, and Feng Yexing did not hesitate at all. They no longer cared about Du Hong and the rest, chasing after them at lightning speed. What did small fries like Du Hong and the rest count for? What did the ruins count for? Killing the War King was their only mission. This was too much. In this short period of time, the other party had killed more than 10 of their people. This was all their people in the rank 6 region. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Monster Plants Royal Court disappeared. Fong Ping also disappeared. Only then did Ji Yao murmur, "He is the War King's descendant? That's amazing. Really amazing." He barged into the Royal Court's camp alone, killing people like he was mowing grass. In front of the 3 chieftains and Feng Yexing, he killed more than 10 of their powerhouses with ease. Not only that, he looked down on the Destiny Royal Court and even threatened her a few times. How domineering. No wonder. No wonder Feng Yexing was defeated so badly previously. A person like this, be it courage or ability, was extremely powerful. As for the threat from the War King's descendant, Ji Yao did not care. At this moment, Ji Yao's eyes lit up. She shouted, "After them!" She wanted to chase after them and see. She wanted to see if the War King's descendant would escape or if Feng Yexing could kill the other party. No matter what, today's battle was far more important than a ruin. No matter how many good items there were in a ruin, it could only produce 1 or 2 rank 7 powerhouses at most. However, an interesting battle like this was much more important than 1 or 2 rank 7s. Perhaps they could even kill both parties. Ji Yao and the rest were extremely fast. With a roar of a ferocious tiger, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. It did not take more than 3 seconds for all of them to leave. Du Hong suspected that he was dreaming. Li Yiming's mouth was so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed inside. What was going on? There were more than 200 catacombs martial artists who wanted to kill them earlier. Where were they now? They were all gone. Not only that, no one even cared about the ruins. Since when did these people give up on opportunities? Not only that, the humans appeared right under the noses of hundreds of catacombs martial artists. They did not even fight, and then they picked up a ruin for nothing? Just now, was that Jiang Chao? No, it was Fong Ping. The moment Fong Ping spoke, everyone recognized him. Du Hong was currently in a daze. He swallowed his saliva and said, He pretended to be Jiang Chao. That's not the point." Li Yiming felt like he was about to explode. He said quickly he was the one who lured hundreds of martial artists away, including 5 rank 7s. He even said that he killed hundreds of people from the Monster Plants Royal Court. Du Hong sobered up instantly. He shouted, "All of you leave immediately. I'll go save Fong Ping." After saying that, Du Hong quickly chased after the crowd where they disappeared. Li Yiming glanced at the rest, gritting his teeth. "I'll go too. All of you find a place to hide. Don't come here anymore. Once they come back, we'll be in trouble." Yiming, all of you hide well. When he said this, Li Yiming felt a little awkward. *CK, did he really have to hide? Everyone had run away. Hundreds of people. Fong Ping even said that he killed hundreds of people. Were there any other living people in this godforsaken place? Even when Li Yiming left, Su Zissou and the rest did not say anything about helping. They were too weak. It would be good if they did not drag the team down. However, at this moment, they were really stunned to the extreme. Was everything that happened just now real? Fong Ping was too powerful, too domineering. When they thought that they were dead for sure, Fong Ping stepped forward bravely and lured away 5 rank 7s and hundreds of rank access just to save them. This was too unbelievable. Who? At this moment, the Chun family descendant in the team suddenly shouted. Not far away, Jiang Chao's figure appeared. He said with a complicated expression, "Me. You? Why are you here?" "I came with Fang Ping and the rest." Jiang Chao's expression was extremely complicated. His tone was also complicated. He said, "Follow me. Find a place to hide and wait for them to come back." Su Zissou asked impatiently, "What happened just now?" "What do you mean, what happened?" Jiang Chao said impatiently, "Wasn't it to save you guys? Originally, we agreed to slowly torture them to death, just like before, torturing hundreds of people to death. But seeing that you guys are in danger, he had to step forward. Also, this time he pretended to be me, also to shield me. Damn, I've received too much kindness from others. So annoying." Jiang Chao's tone was really complicated. Fang Ping's righteousness was a little unbearable. Not only for him, but also to save people he did such a thing. Stepping forward and helping each other. It was easy to say, if it was a rank 7, would they dare to step forward at this time? Zheng Nanqi could not help but say, "Doesn't he hate us? What happened to Grandpa Yang and the rest before?" Because of the Yang family's incident, Fang Ping's relationship with them became much colder. Other than Jiang Chao, who insisted on sucking up to Fang Ping's leg and chatting and laughing with him, the others who were still on friendly terms before did not talk to Fang Ping anymore. Previously, Fang Ping also said that he would not save them. However, they did not expect that at this critical moment, Fang Ping would still step forward and step forward. This time, he really saved everyone's lives. Jiang Chao said impatiently, "He's the leader of the martial arts world. What do you guys know? Forget it. I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. Hurry up and go. Wait for him to come find us." Fang Ping had the cluster sensors. Once he got rid of the pursuers, he could come find them. The others had nothing to say. Su Zissou said in a low voice, "He's so strong." Of course. Can someone who can kill a rank 7 be weak? Jiang Chao, can he escape the pursuit? Of course. But no buts. Previously, Monster Plant's King Court was so arrogant. He chased after them for a day and a night. Foam Extinguisher was killed until he abandoned his armor. Didn't you guys notice that the people he brought with him now are all unfamiliar faces? That group of people in front, almost all of them have been killed. The few of them were shocked again, even though they had heard it a few times. When they heard Fatty say that Fang Ping chased after Monster Plant's King Court for a day and a night, they still found it hard to believe. Zheng Nanqi sighed softly. No matter what, he saved our lives this time. The Yang family is the Yang family. Let's not bother about these things in the future. Jiang Chao humphed. Jiang Chao, don't care about the Yang family. It has nothing to do with me anyway. This time, Fang Ping got into big trouble to save my life. Jiang Chao, am also a person who distinguishes kindness and grudges clearly. Whoever dares to make a move on Fang Ping in Stellar Sky City is going against me. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Chao was nothing, but his old ancestor was strong. If he really flipped out, the others would really have to think twice, even if they were at the peak. Martial King, Battle King, Netherworld King. These people here had received Fang Ping's kindness. Their status was not as high as Jiang Chao's. Perhaps they could not represent their families, but if their family's old ancestors knew about this, even if they did not care, they would not meddle in the Yang family's affairs. At this time, the other old ancestors who had some relationship with the Yang family would probably have nothing to say, just as Jiang Chao and the others were talking. Fang Ping turned around and slashed. Boom! 3 rank, 7 powerhouses were forced back a few steps by the slash. How is this possible? Some of the powerhouses were fighting Fang Ping personally now. Only then did they feel the pressure. The other party's slash was terrifyingly powerful. It was not weaker than them using celestiality. No, it might be even stronger. In a 1 versus 3 situation, Jiang Chao could actually force the three of them back with one slash. Prince, be careful. The three rank 7s looked vigilant. They flew in front of Feng Mieshing one after another, protecting him. Right now, Feng Mieshing was definitely not Jiang Chao's match. Jiang Chao. Feng Mieshing was also furious. In his fury, there was a tinge of fear and unwillingness. Why was this guy getting stronger and stronger? Before this guy seemed to be on par with him. It was just that he had more tricks up his sleeves. But now he had forced 3 chieftains back with one slash. Even if the 3 of them were beginners, when the 3 of them joined forces, their strength was definitely not weak. In front, Fang Ping was also furious. Mother asterisk her, the consumption was too high. Every slash was money. Right now, every slash seemed to consume 3,000 points, 30 million yuan per slash. According to the current calculation, a rank 7 divine weapon was only 1 million points, which was just over 300 slashes. Over 300 slashes, and a divine weapon was gone. All of you deserve to die. The combat boots on Fang Ping's feet emitted a dazzling light. He disappeared on the spot instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind them. He realized that 3 early-stage rank 7s were not much. It seemed like they could not kill him even if they joined forces. Of course, at this moment, he tried to avoid them as much as possible. It was not that easy for him to kill 3 rank 7s. There were still so many people behind him. Fang Ping counterattacked. At this moment, Fang Ping realized that he had really become stronger. 1 slash for 1. Even if he was up against martial artists with mentality-vitality fusion, he could still kill them with 1 slash. Kill! After Fang Ping killed his way into the crowd, in despair, some people unleashed their ultimate moves one after another. As for Fang Ping, if he could block it, he would block it. If he could not, he would take it head-on. On top of his half-golden body, rays of dazzling golden light were also erupting. He's not a warlord. He's a venerable. Some martial artists were horrified. This was not the strength that a warlord should have. Of course, it was not the strength of a rank 8 either. But this guy was really powerful to a terrifying extent. That golden light seemed to be an indestructible object of a venerable. Boom! Some rank 6 martial artists in despair self-destructed directly. Fang Ping endured a few explosions. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he laughed out loud. His body was constantly recovering, and his physique was getting stronger as the battle went on. When the 3 rank 7s rushed back, protecting Feng Mieshing, Fang Ping killed a few more people again and left quickly. As soon as he left, Feng Mieshing and the rest seemed to be hesitating on whether to give chase. In the end, in this hesitation, Fang Ping actually came back again. His Chongdao unleashed a powerful glare, slashing at them. Bastard! Feng Mieshing was furious. He shouted, "Continue the chase!" The 3 rank 7s were not really no match for Fang Ping. As long as they surrounded the other party, they could wear him down. The key was that the guy was too cunning. He did not fight the 3 rank 7s head-on. "The rest of you, stay!" After Feng Mieshing said this, he quickly led the 3 rank 7 martial artists in pursuit. In the end, as soon as they disappeared, Yao Qingjun and the rest attacked quickly. Not far away, Ji Yao and the rest had just arrived. Seeing the scene, just as Yao Qingjun and the rest were about to retreat, Fang Ping shouted from afar, "People from Monster Life Royal Court, if you dare to interfere, I won't stop until you die! Bastard! If you say any more nonsense, I'll kill you later!" The moment he said this, Fang Ping's figure flashed and disappeared. He rushed over quickly and shouted, "You guys retreat first. I'll keep them busy." After saying that, a few divine weapons appeared in Fang Ping's hands. He looked at Ji Yao and the rest, sneered, and left quickly. Yao Qingjun and the rest also left quickly. No one cared about Ji Yao and the rest. "Your Highness, On Monster Life Royal Court side, many people's faces were livid. The descendant of Combat King was too arrogant. Ji Yao waved her hand lightly, smiling faintly. Don't interfere first. Let's see how it ends. Interesting, she said, interesting, but the two rank 7 martial artists looked wary. They said solemnly, Your Highness, that person is very dangerous. His explosive power is extremely strong, I know. Ji Yao responded. Her gaze flickered slightly. Between him and Feng Yeshing and the rest, who do you think will win? Everyone was silent. It was not easy to guess. If it were any other day, when a general went against Feng Yeshing and the rest, everyone would not hesitate. But now, the descendant of Combat King called Jiang Chao was really ridiculously strong. Jiang Hao, Jiang Chao. Both of them are really scary. No, Jiang Chao is even scarier than Jiang Hao. He's also more savage. At least Jiang Hao won't be able to single-handedly annihilate hundreds of people of the same rank. Ji Yao said softly. The martial artists of the Land of Rebirth were stronger than she had expected. Although not everyone was like this, there were still quite a few. Jiang Chao was needless to say. The few people who had just appeared might not be too strong, but they were far stronger than people of the same rank. Also, how did he change his aura earlier? Doubts arose in Ji Yao's heart. He was a very scary opponent.